they always used the nomenclature used to be that let's get past our differences and force and talk about where we agree. At least we can get some things where we both agree to get some conversations going. But yeah, this is look. What would the U.S. ask be in a big trade deal? It would be China, change your system, get rid of those SOEs, get rid of all the subsidies and all of the state enterprise you do, and basically the authoritarian capitalism. China would say, okay, well then you guys get rid of any controls at us. We have access to all technology, and neither of those things can happen. So I guess we both have to just slip a little back and forth and work it out piece by piece. But this is going to be a forever process.
Hey, Jim, we were talking yesterday about how the team in India working on those trade talks had agreed to stay longer than had been anticipated. We assume that's because some progress was getting made. We haven't heard anything today. Do you have any insights as to what's happening with India?
With India, no. I'm a China guy. I'm sitting in Beijing, and which is quite a ways from India, where we're working.
So, Jim, if they agreed to just level everything out, in terms of what you were saying, the subsidies and all the ways that they've gamed the system, then are we willing to compete head to head on really who is the preeminent power on the planet? If we do it fair and square, are we willing to do it that way? Are they willing to do it? I wouldn't mind a fair fight, maybe, but at this point, I just worry about how they go about things. And I guess all's fair in love and war, but I don't want them to win in 50 years.
What we have here are two not completely, but very different systems that are successful in their own way, but they're incompatible with each other when they get out into the international marketplace. China's system works well in China, but once these subsidized companies get out of here, they can be looked at as predatory because it's hard for a company that has to make money to compete with them. So I don't know. We have to figure out a way for these two systems to coincide in the world somehow.
Taiwan.
Neither is going to change.
Right. But we got Taiwan and spy balloons and buying up farmland near all of our military bases and Uyghurs. And I mean, we're not friends. We're not. We have to do business with them, though, because the global economy depends on it. I probably just got blacked out in China.
Well, our people also are quite intertwined. The people-to-people stuff is strong. The businesses are so tight. I would just hope that the temperature can be brought down, and we can just step by step just make it a little more normal, and emphasize. Look, I'm no panda hugger. I've been here watching what China's been up to.
Panda hugger. But I like that. I like that. We know some. Yeah, we know. Yeah, right.
I'm not. I'm very clear on what China's doing, but I'm also clear on how we've got to live together in the world.
They're cute. They are cute. You got it, especially with the Cubs. Oh my God. All right, Jim.
One last question, Jim. Can we trust them if we do have a deal that we reach?
Well, what did Ronald Reagan say? Trust but verify. I think we got
He said a lot.
That's what we got to do.
He said a lot of good things. I'll tell you. I am from the government. I'm here to help. Run. All right, Jim, thank you. We'll see you later. It's 7 a.m. On the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick. Andrew's off today. Among the top stories, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has removed all members of the CDC's vaccine advisory panel. Kennedy said the advisory committee on immunization practices has been plagued with conflicts of interest. An additional 2,000 National Guard troops, 700 Marines are headed to Los Angeles as the protests against the Trump administration's immigration policies continue. The state sued the Trump administration yesterday, arguing that the deployments violate federal law and state sovereignty. And House Speaker Mike Johnson says Congress will pass President Trump's tax and spending bill by the July 4th target date.
Sector kind of gains overall, but again, they're fractional in nature, so maybe investors taking a bit more of a pause, wait and see kind of situation before they make a wholesale kind of change in their investment philosophy based upon this. We'll keep an eye on those particular moves. And by the way, off their highs of the year, healthcare, of course, has still been a real laggard. Now, Apple shares are slightly lower. The tech giant held its annual developers conference, of course, yesterday. We've got now some of the analyst reactions coming out of Wall Street. Barclays is saying it wasn't expecting much from the keynote, but was slightly disappointed at the content and features that were announced. UBS is echoing that similar sentiment, saying that the announcements are more evolutionary and not revolutionary, adding that the software-focused updates are unlikely to drive iPhone demand. But some analysts are still taking a wait-and-see approach. Morgan Stanley saying sentiment is unlikely to shift until there is more progress with the AI side of things, and Wells Fargo adding that investors will need to see and hear more about the Apple thesis going forward. And then we're going to check on Tesla to kind of cap things off. Those shares are up 2.5%. Adding to yesterday's gains, the stock had been sliding since Thursday when Elon Musk and President Trump, of course, feuded on social media. Wall Street is still a bit cautious, but turning their attention now to their delivery numbers for the second quarter for Tesla. Analysts at Wells saying that the EV maker is on track for another poor quarter. That stock is down around 8% in the last week and more than 20% so far this year. So, Becky, Tesla shares in focus as well, up 2.5%. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Oh, God.
All right, Dom.
Good prompt reading there, Dom. You didn't
navigated some
flinch
landmines.
when they split that analyst word up. But anyway, nice work. You didn't even laugh.
I try to stay professional.
Clearly, we are children who can't do that.
Not really. When you just look up and see it, boom. Just, what's a yist?
Dom, thank you. When we come back, a real-time update on consumer spending over the last month. We've got the results of the Bank of America Institute's Consumer Checkpoint. It's Joe's favorite segment. It's coming up next. And later this hour, the fate of genetic data for millions of Americans tied to the bankruptcy sale of 23andMe. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer will tell us his concerns ahead of a key hearing today. Squawk Box will be back in just a moment. If you're a 23andMe subscriber, you're going to want to hear this. We'll be right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you.
Order filled.
The more personal the solution,
Order submitted.
The more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
The impetus for Element was just a recognition that my health was
Order
impacted
canceled.
by inadequate electrolytes. There was nothing on the market that met the needs. It tended to be super high in sugar, woefully inadequate in sodium. When I finally did get my electrolytes on point, it was like a light switch was flipped. We've seen this play out across thousands of health journeys. I hope Element can be just as meaningful for you.
This is the one who keeps it moving. He stocks the right parts and knows just where to find them. Because this is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Some of our best ideas and innovations come from people that work here. The idea for Chipotle mayonnaise or buffalo chicken might have started as something that Sharon made for her family.
One of my favorite things is definitely the eating part.
She knows what she's proud to serve and proud to feed her family, and there's no better quality control than a person who puts their hand on it and sees it through the process to taste it.
Absolutely.
The right way, even if it's the hard way. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing since 1939.
We're here for big families. Get big orders delivered with bulk pricing from your favorite club stores in as fast as 2 hours through Instacart.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement. Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
The Bank of America Institute has released the consumer checkpoint for the month of June. Debit and credit card spending increased by 0.8% year over year. That's down from the growth from the previous month, where it was up by 1%. Joining us right now to break it all down is Liz Everett-Chrisberg. She's the head of Bank of America Institute. Liz, what is this telling us?
Well, I think the headline number was up, but really what I was paying attention to in the data this month is the seasonally adjusted SAR number, which was down 0.9. That's the first time we've seen consumer spending actually contract in over a year. Huh. So there is a bit of a change
Order
here.
filled.
Now, when we dig
filled.
into
Order
the details
submitted.
and I look at the composition of that spending, and when I also look at wage growth, which actually accelerated again, I'm a little less concerned. But that pullback in spending was driven by a couple of factors.
Well, but before we do, I mean, this has been a long time coming. People keep saying, oh, the recession is coming, the recession is coming, the recession is coming. Your data has said, no, we don't see any sign of it.
We have been saying, well, what we've seen in the data is that spending continued to accelerate. But this month, for the first time, we saw it pull back. Again, looking at it on a seasonally adjusted SAR basis. But again, going into what was driving that, I think there were a couple factors. One, gas prices were down. Gas spending was down 1%. That's because of prices.
Okay.
Two, weather was kind of like it is in New York today, unseasonably cold, rainy. But I think the most important thing that we saw that drove this was a payback to the tariff buy-ahead. So in March, in April, you saw consumers loading up on durables, on autos, on electronics. In anticipation of tariffs. And electronics, specifically, in March, they were up 4%. In April, they were up almost double that, 8%. In May, they pulled back. They were down a little over 1%. So I think you're seeing a little bit of that payback. But again, the other offset that I think about is what's going on in the wages, right? So there's a couple seasonal factors there, but wage growth accelerated again. And we had seen wage growth slowing. Lower income wages went up from 1.5 to 1.9, and that wage growth, that after-tax wage growth, is really what drives the consumer.
And this is based on the direct deposits that you have coming into your account.
Exactly.
This
so
is
this
kind of
is
like the ADP
Order
data,
filled.
but
Order
you're seeing
filled.
it directly into the
We're
account.
seeing the after-tax amount coming into households' accounts, and we're also looking at it kind of on the full household level. So the money you're getting from your standard kind of corporate traditional job, but also if you're supplementing it with gig work or whatnot, you're looking at the whole picture. And what we're seeing there is households' wage growth is accelerating again, which again lets me feel a little bit more comfortable.
Okay, so
with this pullback.
a little bit of a pullback, but you're basically saying don't worry about it.
I'm not worried yet. I'm not worried yet. And again, the biggest factor in my mind is what's going on with wages. So one of the other things I think is interesting when we look at the wages is there's been a disconnect between wage growth and spending between the generations. So younger generations' wage growth are accelerating faster than older generations, but older generations are spending more. And one of the things that helps explain that, we think, is we looked at the data for younger generations, and we're seeing more millennials and more Gen Z consumers use alternative payment methods. So BNPL in particular is starting to accelerate again after that growth has really been declining.
BNPL, what's that?
Buy now, pay later.
Oh, okay.
So what we can see in our data is not, we don't have a buy now, pay later product, but we can see if you've put that on your card and you're making a payment to a BNPL company.
Meaning that they're feeling a little more stressed and not willing to...
Well, maybe they're feeling more stressed, or maybe they're just taking advantage of the longer term to pay it out, right? And we now have 10% of younger consumers, of millennials and Gen Zs, who have used BNPL. It's a lot higher than older consumers, only 5% of Gen X and even lower of older consumers. But this could be, potentially, you could be worried that people are putting things on BNPL because they can't afford it. But when you look at the full picture of the data that we're not seeing those younger consumers who are using BNPL have higher utilization or spending more
So you think
on
they're
this.
just being smart,
so we think
taking advantage
I think
of
they're just
the-
taking advantage of it.
That
I
makes
think
sense.
they're just taking advantage of it.
Anything else that jumps out at you?
I mean, the only other thing I would talk about is in terms of the composition of spending, we did see services spending continue to drive, saw a big uptick in restaurant spending, and for the first time really this year, we didn't see an uptick in airline spending, but we did see that recover a little bit. So that services seems to be coming back.
Okay, Liz, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Coming up, an activist investor is building a stake in Ozempic maker Novo Nordisk. This is a case study. I don't know if I'd say they screwed things up, but how do you, you got Ozempic and your stock goes down 50%? That story next. We'll tell you what happened. And as we head to break, here's a check at the early S&P. Winners and losers this morning. Squawk Box will be back in just a minute.
We are going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
How do you find the perfect Father's Day gift? Simple. Just type WT.com. WeatherTech has hundreds of premium products that will keep Dad's vehicle looking its best. Like laser-measured floor liners, cargo liner, and seat protector for extra interior protection. Sunshade blocks harmful UV rays. The cup phone perfectly secures his phone while driving. Order these American-made products or a gift card at WT.com. Happy Father's Day.
It is amazing. It used to have a collagen, used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. If you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing, but it is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. I think the first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout, but if you want to try it, we'll try armor.com.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced. Meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
Golf is not a religion, but it does have cathedrals. These courses do more than just test your character. They reveal it. Peter Millar, the official outfitter of the United States Open.
I was ready to start building my credit, but I didn't want a credit card with fees or expensive debt. So I got the Chime Credit Builder card, and I use it for everything. There's no annual fees, no interest, and my score is up 100 points. Join me at Chime.com.
The Closing Bell Special Report, the next wave in AI, live from San Francisco, inside the transformative world of artificial intelligence. Who's winning the race? Where are the next big investments? Closing Bell, today 3 p.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
We're watching the shares of Ozempic maker Novo Nordisk. London-based hedge fund Parvis Asset Management is building a stake in the company as Novo searches for a new CEO. The FT reports that the activist wants to influence the choice of the next top executive at Novo. Parvis did not disclose the size of its stake and won't have to do that unless it amasses at least 5%. Shares of Novo down about 50% over the last year, as you can see. back in the 2000 teens, it was a $20 stock, $25 stock, and then you can just see what happened with the success of Ozempic. But then you get Eli Lilly and Zepbound and what's their other one? Yeah, their ones are better results. Yeah, I think Wegovy's Novo. Still Novo. I think Zepbound and Mounjaro might be Lilly. And then I think they had a new. Like the latest, I guess the latest one for Novo Nordisk that was disappointing, didn't really hit its endpoints.
The endpoints were still pretty impressive.
Well, even though Ozempic is still pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I think there's pricing pressure once the competition comes in, and then there's all those compounds or whatever
that you can make similar formulations that kind of go after it because it was too hard to come by.
Even Lilly's come down. It was almost 1,000, and that's come down. But huge market cap for that whole business, which is probably not going anywhere.
No. All right. Also, check out shares of Taiwan Semiconductor. That's the main chip maker for Apple and Nvidia. Overnight, it reported a 40% jump in May revenue as companies stockpiled chips and amid trade uncertainty. That May sales figure was down from the 48% rise in April, but it did beat analyst estimates. Last week, the company's CEO affirmed its full year guidance and said that AI chip demand still outstrips the supply. That stock is up about 1.7% for the 1 year. It's up by 25%.
And coming up, a closer look at the markets as investors get ready for a couple of key inflation reports this week. Then later, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is going to tell us all about Amazon's plans to invest $20 billion to build cloud computing and AI campuses across Pennsylvania. That's at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. First, though, as we head to break, check out Amazon shares up 12% in the last month. Squawk Box coming right back.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable.
We just didn't need the coverage anymore. Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Never miss a moment with exclusive access to market-moving interviews and stock picks. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
When you go RVing, every open door brings new possibilities, new memories to be made, new places to explore, new ways to feel alive. All the freedom of the open road and all the comforts of home. Wherever you go, it's all there waiting for you, just beyond your door.
Etsy is the place to find Father's Day gifts, like original baseball hats by Blair, under $50, personalized luggage tags under $25, or handmade outdoor gear under $200. Your dad's one of a kind. Get a gift that gets him. Etsy has it.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Futures are now slightly in the red, except for the S&P just unchanged. Joining us now, Evan Brown, Portfolio Manager, Head of Multi-Asset Strategy at UBS Asset Management. Thanks for joining us. You're all set. We've been waiting and waiting for that scary inflation print from the tariffs. We're not going to get it this week, you don't think, but this is the last one that lulls us into. Are we in a false sense of security?
Well, we should enjoy this print while we can, because yes, you're going to start seeing after this month the inflation prints really start to accelerate. The core CPI had dipped finally from above 3% into the high 2s. We're going right back up above 3% because of the tariffs. But we shouldn't get too concerned. I think what the Fed is mostly focused on is inflation expectations. And actually, we got the New York Fed's inflation survey yesterday, and that actually showed inflation expectations moderating. So hopefully that continues, and they can see this inflation jump as more of a one-off.
So all the companies that are saying we're not going to raise prices, they're somehow doing something. They're surreptitiously raising prices, at least to where we get back to a core of 3%.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a mix. Some will be absorbing some of the higher taxes in their margins. There'll be some pass-through to the consumer.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
the market, and the S&P is up 21%.
That's right. That's
the worst case scenario, but so it's just been put off. There's a negative scenario on the horizon, in your view.
I think I would just say, yeah, there are challenges that U.S. corporations are going to have. The commentary that we've seen so far from these companies in earnings is that they have the levers to pull. They can adjust supply chains. They're able to adapt, but without question, they're going to be pushing forward a lot of these price increases to the consumer.
When does that show up?
So that'll be next month. Tomorrow will be the last print before we really get that. Yeah. It's really once we get into July, and that's the June data.
You're sure?
It's going to start happening.
You know.
I'm confident that
take your word. Okay.
Inflation
and we're not going to grow very much. It's going to be 1% GDP growth, which that won't help the dollar. Right?
Yeah, so, I mean, look, we've enjoyed really strong GDP growth over the last couple of years, growing at almost 3%, 2023, 2024. And we're just coming off, we've had that big fiscal impulse, right, which was unsustainable. We had the big immigration impulse, which was unsustainable, certainly politically. And now we're just coming back down. And so we're just going to see more of a muddle through in growth here in the U.S., which is not going to look that different GDP growth than some of our peers, Europe and Japan. And with the dollar still kind of overvalued, we do see room for the dollar to come down as U.S. growth normalizes a bit.
Does the market recognize that, what you're saying?
Likes the market after all this, and thinks that companies are going to do better.
Well, the dollar coming down is a big tailwind for U.S. earnings.
The market continues to go up.
Yeah, so it's a muddle-through environment, but muddle-through environments haven't been so bad for the stock market. And in fact, you could argue if we were overheating right now with all the focus there is on the bond market, if you got some kind of yield spike, that wouldn't be a good thing, right? So you get okay growth, you get a dollar weaker, which is going to help company earnings, and I think we grind higher here.
But you think it's not clear. So in the second half of the year, we get a growth scare, but when it's all said and done, we're still higher at the end of the year on the averages.
That's the thinking. I mean, we know that the hard data, the real activity data, the labor market is going to data prints here and there. Maybe you get a payrolls print that looks kind of close to zero, and the market's going to react to that. We could have a little bit of a correction, but all things said and done, we think we avoid recession, and the markets can end higher at the end of the year.
Evan likes silver, too. We were talking about silver earlier.
So do some other people. It's at highest level since February 2012.
But to me, 36 looks high. But you're saying relative to where gold is, it's at a very low point.
Exactly. Yeah. So the gold to silver ratio is near record highs, and so there's plenty of room for silver to catch up here. You still have a tight market. There are deficits in silver, and I just think in metals, risk appetite is broadening out, and so that's a nice catch-up trade there.
We had a guest earlier who said he expects commodities broadly, but specifically the metals too, to really run. That's your take on it as well?
Yeah, we're starting to see oil look a little perkier, copper beginning to break out. And by the way, these are things that you don't see ahead of a recession, right? So those signals give us confidence that the economy as a whole is going to be okay.
Okay, Evan.
Order
thanks.
filled.
You're near
Order
filled.
submitted.
Yeah, just
hard for you to get
a few
here.
blocks.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
I think they are, yeah. If I ever wanted to go up there, see if do they really have all my money, or is it just like just entries on
I don't know
a piece of paper?
If we have all your money.
You know how we want to audit? Yeah, you know how we want to audit the Coinbase.
Well, they are audited. They do have
Even the Swiss
big
ones?
accounting firms.
Even see, I have a Swiss bank. Even the Swiss ones are.
Do you put that on your
I do.
conflict of
Swiss
interest
bank.
career?
Swiss bank.
Thanks, Evan.
Thanks very much.
When we come back, the genetic data of millions of Americans in limbo, privacy and national security concerns over the bankruptcy sale of 23andMe now reaching Capitol Hill. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer will tell us about today's hearing on the future of that sensitive data. That's next, and Squawk Box will be right back.
Where are all the animals, Dad?
Don't know, kiddo. Just not our day.
It's a rare thing that someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with expert insights from Morgan Stanley to help you navigate the markets.
Mom can speak walrus?
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
I've never felt this way before.
If it feels right, go for it.
This is the last time. The last. OMG, where'd she get those? Better get those. DSW, a shoe for every you.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kibble and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by vets and delivered right to your door, precisely portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Today, the House Oversight Committee is holding a hearing on the 23andMe bankruptcy, addressing privacy and national security concerns. Joining us right now ahead of the proceedings is Representative James Comer of Kentucky. He is the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. And Congressman, thank you for being here this morning. Let's talk a little bit about what you're hoping to hear. You've got Ann Wojcicki, the founder of 23andMe, coming up. What are your concerns when it comes to the data that they hold from these millions of Americans?
Well, it's very concerning. As you said earlier, it's a data privacy and national security concern, which is why we've launched an investigation. We're concerned that the company that's purchased the assets has very close ties to China. The Chinese Communist Party is actively engaged in spying. They're actively engaged in stealing our intellectual property. They've used data, sensitive data before, with respect to selling to companies and others that have used it against the American consumer. So this is a very serious issue, and we're going to try to hear from the starter and the founder of the company and see what exactly is going to happen with these assets.
Are you talking about Regeneron or TTAM?
Well, Regeneron has very close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. We're very concerned about that. We're not accusing anyone of any wrongdoing, but we know that they've had deals before in the past that were partially funded by Chinese Communist Party linked entities. So that's a concern. Again, I think that we talk about it all the time. China's spying techniques, their theft of our intellectual property, of our patents, of our data, and this is ground zero for that. When you look at what does China do with this sensitive data, they've sold it to companies. They've used it adversely against Americans. This is similar in some ways to TikTok and the spread of propaganda. We are taking this very seriously in Congress, and hopefully we can learn more about what's going to happen to American sensitive data that's in limbo in this bankruptcy proceeding.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear on this. I mean, I am somebody who did a 23andMe swab, 15 years ago. I have concerns about it, too, about what happens to my privacy, what happens to my genetic material with this. But, Regeneron is a company that we know well. Lynn Schleifer has come in here repeatedly on Squawk Box. He's been a friend for a long time talking about things. When you say close links to the Chinese Communist Party, you just mean they've done business with them in the past?
They've done business with different Chinese entities in the past. Again, I'm not accusing them of wrongdoing. I'm just saying we have concerns. We have concerns with lots of American companies that come on Squawk Box all the time that do business with China. For many years, it was encouraged to do business with China, to grow and expand. But what we've faced over the last few years is an adversarial China, a China that continues to not play on a level playing field with respect to trade. They continue to steal our intellectual property and our patents. So again, we're not accusing Regeneron of any wrongdoing. We just want to know that China's not going to end up with this sensitive data and use it in any type of blackmailing scheme or sell it to any type of insurance companies or do anything to harm the innocent people who did exactly what you did and used the 23andMe platform.
You should be concerned with the companies that don't come on Squawk Box.
That's right,
Congressman, not the ones that do come up to the withering questioning. Interesting piece in the Journal on what all presidents, I guess I should have known this, Congressman, but talking about the auto pen and your investigation in Biden. I mean, you think any president's ever read the entire bill of something that he signs? And I mean, they got so many people working for him saying, look, we're going to do this. We're part of the administration. Look, Mr. President, we think we should do this. Put your signature here. Is this totally qualitatively different what you think was happening during late stage Biden administration?
Absolutely. I mean, you look.
Totally
there's no question. There's no question that the president's mental competency is in question now. Whether it's on CNN or any other network, you've got the Tapper book. You've got Jean-Pierre with her book, and just some tidbits about what's going to come out on that. So there was a real question as to who is making the decisions in the White House. It's been used. There's precedents for using the auto pen. There's no question about that, Joe. But at the end of the day, the auto pen was used on everything. In the past, Obama used auto pen once when he was out of the country, and it was deemed sufficient. But what we have here is a situation of not whether or not you can use the auto pen. It's who was actually given the authority to use the auto pen. And if you look at the amount of executive orders, not to mention the pardons that were issued in the last 100 days of this administration, at a time when it's publicly known that Joe Biden wasn't in the White House, And according to more information that's coming out from leakers and former aides, he was being shielded by a very few staffers and prominent cabinet secretaries like Pete Buttigieg didn't even get to see him at a time when he was making significant executive orders pertaining to energy, pertaining to the federal workforce. Many would argue many of these executive orders were used to Trump-proof this administration, because a lot of the issues that President Trump's having in court stem from some of these executive orders that was signed using the auto pen in the last 100 days when Joe Biden's mental fitness is in serious question.
The auto pen was first patented in 1803. It's been used by world leaders all over the place.
It's not whether or not you use the auto pen. Did he know who was using the auto pen? Was his name forged? Does he have any idea the executive orders that he was signing? That's the question. It's not whether or not he can use the auto pen.
There were questions that were raised like that during Reagan's second term as well.
Well, and again, I think that's going to be an issue moving forward, the age and mental fitness of presidents. You have a check and balance in the 25th Amendment. Obviously, that wasn't considered seriously that we can find. But the question remains, who was making the decisions? You can't have an unelected bureaucrat using the president's signature to make major executive orders. That's not legal, and I don't think any liberal Democrat would come on any show and argue that.
I agree with that. Are you suggesting, though, that there should be an upper age limit for the presidency?
Well, I mean, I'm for term limits. I have a lot of ideas that fall flat in Congress, but at the end of the day, I think that we need more transparency. One reason we're bringing in Joe Biden's doctor, Dr. O'Connor. We're going to ask him a lot of questions. He received a subpoena last week. We expect him to answer some questions. We have a member of Congress, Ronnie Jackson, who is his predecessor. He was the White House doctor for the first Trump administration. He's now a member of Congress. He's going to advise us during the deposition on questions to ask. When it came out that Joe Biden had a later stage prostate cancer, most medical professionals have suggested that this just didn't happen, that this had to accumulate over several years. And the doctors come out and said that, well, he never tested Joe Biden for prostate cancer. I find that hard to believe.
You see
we're going to ask questions about that.
I looked up the data because I said the date, and I said no, I can't, because I remember 2014. I said it's impossible, but it's 2014 is what they're claiming. The last time an 80-year-old man had a prostate, that's impossible. That's impossible.
It is impossible. And they check for everything with the president. I mean, this is the most diagnosed person, or supposed to be the most diagnosed person in the world. He has a whole medical team that follows him around. I was at Trump Doral a few months ago playing golf. President Trump was a few groups in front of me. He had carts with medical professionals following him around. I mean, the president doesn't go anywhere without a huge team of medical professionals that test him, weekly for things. And if you're a man that age and you're not being tested for prostate cancer, it's very hard to believe, Joe.
Chairman Comer, let me ask you quickly about the budget bill that was passed by the House, now being considered and very likely changed by the Senate. We did have Senator Rick Scott on yesterday, the Republican from Florida, who says he wants to make some pretty significant changes. He does not like what he sees as a fiscally irresponsible bill. If he makes those changes and the Senate makes those changes and it comes back to the House, what is the odds that it can be passed in that form, that it can be matched up? What are the difficulties that it might face?
Well, it's no secret it's going to be difficult. I would support whatever changes the Senate would make. I believe that many senators there share my goal of trying to be as efficient as possible with American tax dollars. We can't continue to spend $2 trillion a year more than we take in. You're seeing the negative effects from the bond market now, from having too much debt. $1 trillion a year of our annual budget now goes for interest on the debt. That's like credit card debt, bad credit card debt. So we've got to be more fiscally responsible. And I hope that the moderates over here will accept it, because at the end of the day, this is President Trump's agenda. This is what he campaigned on. This is a major piece of legislation that pertains to a whole lot more than just tax cuts. So hopefully we can come together. I don't think the American people will tolerate a Republican majority that doesn't come together on the president's agenda.
Chairman Comer, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Coming up, President Trump meeting with several CEOs, including Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner. founder of Invest America, to promote savings plans for newborns. House Ways and Means Committee Chair Jason Smith was at the meeting. He's going to tell us more when he joins us at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected, all while earning points for free nights with IHG One Rewards. With IHG's 19 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I knew I'd be its fancy name and pretty face. But I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. The GoDaddy Arrow does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere. Here, there, all over the dang place. Well, that logo is sexier than a salmon seersucker suit on a summer Sunday. Look like you know what you're doing at GoDaddy.com.
It's about political points.
Deserve better fiscal
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Let's get you home.
Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mama, take me home. Country roads.
Yeah. Listen to me on how to respond on Twitter. Let's, I don't do it anymore. I know, it's sworn off.
Oh.
Let's, I don't need it. Let's check Bitcoin. There you can see almost 110,000. Again, it's it went to 111 and I think pulled back to below 105, 103, 104. But big gain today and yesterday. Shares of Circle Internet Group up again this morning and have been soaring since going public last week, up roughly, 280%.
I'm so tempted to respond, but watching Elon last week, maybe not.
Do you ever have road rage? You know you'll never see that person ever again.
I know.
And in New Jersey, they might have a gun.
That has been the thing that has stopped me more than anything.
It's just like...
This guy's actually pretty funny.
Well, I know, but I think the same thing about someone with like 80 followers. Why? We can't do it. You just can't do it.
65 followers.
It's not worth
80.
the time. I don't think. Unless they say, of course, he did mention your hair. See, that gets me.
It's pretty funny.
That gets me.
Funny.
I think you're having a good hair day.
This guy doesn't.
Someone messaged me the other day. Tell Becky to post some pictures of her feet. He's going through me. He's going through me. Do I have any?
You have some of my pictures. All right, when we come back.
No, do I have any?
Ways
Order
of several
submitted.
Other startups.
Do I have any sway in your feet?
But now Uri Levine is focused on your retirement and fintech regulations that could have a big impact on the future of wealth management. He's been with us in the past. He's going to join us in just a minute. He's got a lot of thoughts on a lot of different arenas, and he's very, very smart. We'll also get an update on Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference. Squawk Box. We'll be right back.
We are going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this?
Order
I'll tell you
filled.
this. I don't come from money.
Order submitted.
In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
The CNBC Disruptor 50 list revealed. Meet the innovative companies shattering boundaries, shaking up industries, and changing the game for good. Special coverage continues all day and streaming on CNBC Plus.
And joining us now to discuss the markets, fintech, and much more, Uri Levine, co-founder, chairman of Pantera, a retirement fintech. He's also co-founder of Waze, among other startups. And that's all you got to say. It's like, who's this guy? Oh, Waze. Nobody doesn't know. Nobody doesn't know Waze. Who you pointed out was really the first AI. Not the first, but you were thinking AI. How long ago was that?
You know, we started in 2007.
2007,
so that was a long time ago.
And it incorporates a lot of what we think about.
Just, I would like to offer a perspective, right? So think of top 10 companies of the world today. How many of them were in the top 10 when I started Waze in 2007?
Yeah.
Couple. Just one?
Just one.
Google?
Microsoft.
Microsoft.
Wow.
This
Google
is how fast the world is changing.
Google wasn't back then?
Not there.
Wow.
Not yet.
It's amazing, and not Apple either. Huh? Let's talk. I think that I want to talk about, since it's fintech, this is your new thing, and that is Pantera. And we can get into the whole retirement angst situation that we're seeing right now. Is the market making it tougher? We made a huge shift from defined benefit to defined contributions in 401k. Everybody has plenty of advanced knowledge what they need to do, don't they? You need to make contributions to get a benefit down the road, and that's what you need to think about. What's the problem? What do you help with?
So I would say two things, right? So retirement is a big challenge, right? And the nature of the beast is that when you are young, you don't care, and when you're old, it's too late, right? So this is where we need to use Albert Einstein power, the compound interest, right? And Albert Einstein called that the strongest force in the universe. And to an extent, he's right. And the reality is that when you look at most of the Americans today, that they do have 401k plans, right? More than 100 million accounts. They don't know what they're investing at. And usually it's the default, and the default is not good. So when we looked at that, and I actually left Waze in order to build that, you know, we realized that, wait a minute, there is a big problem here that people are not aware, and they need a financial advisor to help them to decide what is the right thing to do.
What's the default? Is it something that's charging them too much? It's some sort of index.
The default usually is going to be with very low return and very low risk, right? Now, if you're at the age of 20, then you should obviously have higher risk and higher return. And the challenge is that if you would have a financial advisor helping you, the same way that you would like a financial advisor to help you with your brokerage account, then you will have way better results. And Pontera is actually the bridge that allows financial advisors to provide you an advice on your held away account, on your 401k account. And this is really what people need.
Why is there a need for that? I thought
Order
people
submitted.
Could find a financial advisor for the 401k. What does Pontera do? You say it's a bridge.
Order filled.
Order filled. The need is, you know, if
Order
you have a
submitted.
financial advisor, that financial advisor does not have access to your 401k.
What you do at work.
It's a held away account. It's provided by your employer, and the financial advisor does not have access to that. And the reality is that about, give or take, $15 trillion of American saving are actually in 401k accounts, right? So about half of the saving.
You can do what your broker's doing in your regular account. You could figure it out, but a lot of people don't even have a regular account. So
you could, but you don't. But the reality is that most people don't know what to do, or they're afraid to make a decision, and the result is that they're simply not doing.
Order
the
filled.
current market environment makes it worse, would you say?
Obviously, yes. Volatility of the market.
We talk about it every day.
And, you know, with new potential alternative investment, then it's becoming...
Yeah, but private equity, it's possible. What's the name of the company? Empower is allowing that or something?
So some are starting to realize that, wait a minute, there might be higher returns in private equity and in real estate and so forth. So at the end of the day, when investment become more and more and more complex, then what happened to the consumer is that we are more concerned, and when we are afraid, we don't make any changes. And that's the problem. And we need the financial advisor to tell us, okay, I'm going to assume the responsibility for you and make the decision for you.
Do you need a financial advisor to tell you those things, or do you just need, you know, some sort of sage advice to follow?
I agree, but the reality is
just
that...
stick it in an S&P 500 index like Buffett tells everybody to do.
So the reality is that most people are looking for someone to trust.
Yeah.
They're not, even if they know what is the right thing to do, they still need a confirmation or someone that they can trust. And that someone is a person.
So not AI, it's the opposite of...
You know, 15 years ago, there was the beginning of robo-advisors, and everyone said, oh, they're going to replace all the advisors in the world. No, they didn't. So doing the right thing is one thing, but assuming responsibility for that is what actually makes it hard for most of the people. So even if we know what is the right thing to do, we still do not assume the responsibility. And the role of the financial advisors is being that trusted advisor that is assuming part of the responsibility and guiding us and forcing us to do the right thing.
AI is moving quickly, obviously. You saw what Mark Zuckerberg wants to do, move it even more quickly to general AI. What's it going to look like in 5 years? You're a big thinker. What are we going to be doing by then?
So we're going to find a lot of places that AI is increasing productivity, dramatically increasing productivity. And I think this is the most important part, right? So right now we're looking at AI as increasing productivity tools, and we have seen many tools and many revolutions before that actually created increased productivity. The good news is that when you increase productivity, then everyone is going to enjoy that.
All right, in 5 years. I'll still be here. See, I don't want max headroom here. I'm still worried about that. That's not going to happen, right?
You know, we started the dialogue with about how many of the top 10 companies were in the top 10 18 years ago. Let's ask the same question about how many of the top 10 companies of today are going to remain in the top 10 a decade from now.
Order submitted.
Now, obviously, we don't know, but less than half. Which one? Which one? We don't know. If we would know, then I will tell you, sell short on the others, and you are done, right? The more interesting part is which companies are going to take their place in those top 10. Some of those names we haven't heard yet.
We haven't even heard.
Disruptors list.
Yep, he is a disruptor. Yuri, thank you. It's been a while. Good you have it in studio, on set. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, it's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning,
Order canceled.
Day 2 of trade talks between China and the United States are wrapping up in London. Both sides trying to find common ground on key issues like rare earth minerals and export controls. We will bring you any highlights or comments coming out of that meeting. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has fired the 17 members of a panel that advises the CDC on vaccines. That committee is made up of independent experts who make recommendations determining who's eligible for shots and whether they should be covered by insurance. In an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal, Kennedy, a longtime vaccine skeptic, says a clean sweep is needed to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science. And clashes between police and protesters in Los Angeles entering its 5th day. 700 active duty Marines are joining the effort to try and quell the violence, helping the thousands of National Guard troops called up already, despite the wishes of Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Apple closing down by more than 1% yesterday after the street was disappointed by some of the announcements, or maybe lack of announcements, at its Worldwide Developers Conference. Steve Kovac joins us right now with more on this. And Steve, we knew the list was not going to be extremely broad or extremely advanced.
Yeah, Becky, that's exactly right. Expectations were already low going into yesterday, and Apple, I guess they didn't disappoint on that front. They were low for a reason, by the way. After last year's debut of Apple Intelligence at this very same conference, Apple failed to live up to its promises, most notably delaying that big artificial intelligence update to Siri. So Apple played it safe this year, sticking to software updates it can deliver on time. That means less AI and more of the general updates to the operating systems for iPhone, iPad, Mac, and all the other platforms out there. Analysts have been reacting this morning. It's not pretty. UBS saying more evolutionary than revolutionary. Wells Fargo, we think investors will still need to hear and see more, and so on. You get the idea. Biggest news had nothing to do with AI. A new design scheme, they're calling it Liquid Glass, which is based on the software design you see in the Vision Pro. Now, all of Apple's operating systems will have that similar look when you upgrade your software later this year. On the artificial intelligence front, some minor features, they didn't totally ignore it. That includes live translation, which automatically translates text messages, phone calls, and FaceTime video calls to your preferred language. Apple also expanded its partnership with OpenAI for visual intelligence. That means you can now read the content on your screen when you take a screenshot, and then you use that for a web search. We've seen that before from other device makers as well. And developers, they are now able to tap into the Apple Intelligence system using Apple's language models that run on the phone, though we'll have to see if they choose Apple's technology over the tools they're already using from OpenAI and so many others. Now, Apple barely acknowledged Siri during the keynote, only saying it still needs more time to work on that big AI update, and teased more announcements on that coming soon. So now we got WWDC behind us. We look to what Apple can do in hardware. It's bread and butter, of course. We're expecting the next family of iPhones to launch this fall. Maybe that can drum up some excitement, but Apple is signaling it's holding off on major artificial intelligence advances this year. But guys, its competitors, they're not going to be slowing down.
Yeah, Steve, I always wonder what's the right move for Apple in the AI wars. I mean, you hear the story of Zuckerberg with Meta basically saying he's going to race to this first, moving desks out to get to the artificial general intelligence. I don't know if it's an arms race that Apple wants to or needs to be in, as much as the street seems to have changed its perspective on it.
Yeah, that's right. And Zuckerberg today, Becky, out with a big announcement that they're starting this new group within Meta to build what they call a super intelligence. They kind of did that acqui-hire trick where they invest in a company called Scale AI, but they actually just bring the whole team over to work on their own stuff. But you're right. Now the idea has kind of shifted to maybe Apple, until it can figure this AI thing out, it could be the best platform for these developers to work on. But developers yesterday, honestly, Becky, they didn't get a ton of that. Yes, they can use those Apple AI models, but Apple, at least in the keynote yesterday, didn't really make a compelling case why they should choose to use Apple's AI system to make their apps over something else. And yes, the conference continues this week. Those developers are going to be in classes and sessions and asking Apple all the questions, but we'll see if they kind of glom on to this new tools that they're getting from Apple for AI to use in their apps. But right now, it just, all the gas is kind of out of the AI stuff over at Apple, and whether or not they can even be the platform for this AI stuff. We'll have to see how the rest of the conference goes.
Okay. Steve, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro on Amazon's investment in the Keystone State and much more. As we head to break, check out the shares of McDonald's. Redburn Atlantic, double downgrading the stock from buy all the way to sell, cutting its price target from $319 to $260. Company cites growing challenges facing McDonald's, including GLP-1 weight loss drugs. It's just sad to me. You won't want to eat a large fry. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation with excellence. It's softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. Tommy John, because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 20% off your first order.
This thing is so good for your gut health.
I used to have a collagen, I used to have probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings.
Presentation looks great.
Thanks. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals, that one, and look forward to a more confident future.
That is one dynamic duo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Toothless, let's take her down gently.
How to Train Your Dragon is the cinematic ride of the summer. This is how you reimagine a classic.
Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile!
How to Train Your Dragon.
Hulu has live music. Get ready to Bonnaroo right from your living room as the biggest artists take the stage. Bonnaroo Music Festival. Streaming live to all Hulu subscribers. Presented by Venmo. Venmo everything with the Venmo debit card.
Alex understood where podcasting was going.
We're trying to make women feel respected and heard. I'm just getting started.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Presented by Experian, your big financial friend. A BFF for life.
Amazon announcing plans to invest $20 billion in Pennsylvania to build high-tech cloud computing and AI campuses across the state.
Order filled.
Looking to create over 1,200 jobs. Joining us now, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Is this the biggest ever private investment in Pennsylvania, Governor?
The biggest ever by a factor of 3. And I think it's important to note that this is just an initial investment coming from Amazon of at least $20 billion. So this is going to grow. Pennsylvania is going to be better off. I think America is going to be better off because we're going to win the battle of AI supremacy, and it's going to be done right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So since 2010, Amazon has invested $26 billion. So this is with the $20 billion we're talking about now, or they've already done that?
With the initial investment here of $20 billion at these 2 sites, and again, it's going to grow. We anticipate creating nearly 10,000 construction jobs, about 1,250 permanent jobs just in these 2 facilities alone. And the Commonwealth is investing in this deal not by providing any funding to Amazon, but actually investing in workforce. So we've created a nexus between our community colleges in the area, our high schools in the area, to be able to train students, to be able to train folks, to be able to go and work directly in these AI facilities. So this is a win all around. Amazon is going to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in local taxes to support our local police, our local schools, parks and trails, roads and bridges, things that are going to enhance our communities. And I think Pennsylvania is going to be better off for it. This is the biggest private sector investment deal by a factor of 3 in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We got it done here. Pennsylvania is open for business.
Amazon spreads it around a lot. I think you're the 8th on number 8 on the list of states that getting big investments from Amazon. Governor, do you remember
the biggest?
Do you remember when we were going to get some in New York? And who did it? I think AOC decided that there shouldn't have been tax breaks or something, that she thought it meant that, I'm trying to figure that it was almost like money being given away to Amazon. Instead, it was just really sort of it was an inducement for the company to come. Have you had to give away the farm to get Amazon to invest in are you subject to criticism from someone like Congressman Cortez? Go ahead.
As I just said a moment ago, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania did not provide any cash incentives to Amazon here at all, 0. We are investing $10 million in workforce development. And I want to tell you, those dollars are going to our community colleges. Those dollars are going to union apprenticeship programs. Those dollars are going to other training programs, because we want to make sure our workforce gets the skills they need to be able to work in a facility like this. You know, yesterday I was in Luzerne County with the folks from Amazon making this announcement. This is a community that over time has been hollowed out, that's been desperate for job creation. And we delivered that yesterday, and that was only one of the sites that we announced. Now the important thing is making sure we give the skills to those who live in Luzerne County, love Luzerne County, this rural, wonderful county in Pennsylvania, so they can stay in the community that they love and they can work and be a part of this. Listen, Pennsylvania has a rich tradition when it comes to innovation and when it comes to leading the world. It was the people who went down in the coal mines who created the energy we needed to be able to win battles overseas and to be able to provide for people here at home. It was our blast furnaces and our steel mills that helped create the weaponry that made up the arsenal of democracy. We now face the next big national security test in this nation. And that is, are we going to win the battle of AI supremacy, or are we going to cede the ground to China? I do not want to cede anything to communist China. I want to win here in America. And the way we win here in America is with the hands of Pennsylvania workers, just as we've done throughout our history. So we're investing in Pennsylvania workers. We are thrilled to have Amazon here helping us in this battle of AI supremacy. And there's a whole lot more to come.
Governor, I'm reading everywhere in the notes, moderate. I see moderate. They never just call you a Democrat. They always call you a moderate. So there's a couple of things I'd like to get your...
I don't...
Go ahead.
Listen, I don't believe in these labels. I believe in common sense governing. You know, I'm the governor of the ultimate swing state in the nation. And by the way, a governor who earned more votes than anybody in the history of Pennsylvania running for governor. I say that not to pat myself on the back, but I say that with purpose. And that is the only way you earn those votes is by getting, yes, of course, Democratic votes from my party, but also getting a whole lot of votes from independents and Republicans. And I've tried to stay true to that as I've governed. Bring Republicans and Democrats together to get stuff done.
Right. We've heard about some of the hand-wringing in circles about the Democratic Party at this point. So maybe, you know, you're a good person to talk about it. We could talk about a couple of things. What your preference, whatever is the most pressing issue that we talk about, anti-Semitism on college campuses and the way it's being handled with the Trump administration. Then again, I look at what Governor Newsom and this kerfuffle between the governor and some local politicians out there in the Trump administration with the National Guard. I just wonder, and I don't know how you feel about ICE and immigration, but if you had government agents that were at risk and you had some of the things that we've seen happening out in California, would you have called in the National Guard in Pennsylvania? Would you have tried to help what was going on? And then if the president found the need, would you have said it's your fault that all this is happening? I just don't think that's a winning issue. If I was going to give advice to Democrats, I'd say, you know, you're lost in the woods again.
Well, let me say at the top very clearly and very succinctly, violence has no place in our communities, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. There must be order in communities. And by the way, you can have order and you can still allow for peaceful protest. That is the American way. So there is no question violence is unacceptable, period. I think the question you're asking, the underlying issue here is who is best equipped to create order, to tamp down violence in a community? Look, I'll speak for us here in Pennsylvania. I take very, very seriously the leadership role I have of the Pennsylvania State Police, and that I am the commander-in-chief of the Pennsylvania National Guard. I've deployed our Guards people here inside the boundaries of Pennsylvania after, say, a natural disaster. They do great work. I've also deployed our National Guard troops to the southern border to work with our federal partners to make sure the border is secure. I share that with you because I want you to know we've been involved in both federal and state-run operations. The key to all of that is making sure you have organized communication between the federal government and the state government. I think it's also really important to make sure that our military personnel are not engaged in local law enforcement activities that, quite frankly, they're not trained for, and the doctrine of posse comitatus makes it really something that they should not engage in, but for the most extreme circumstances. I think it is important that police in the communities are the ones that are stopping the violence and restoring order. I think it's also not helpful when the leaders of the federal government and state government are pointing fingers at one another. So we focus on making sure that people are safe, first and foremost, that our police have the tools that they need to keep our community safe, that our military, our Guards people do the things that they are trained for, and I take my role, my responsibility as a governor quite serious in that space.
Governor, let me just take that a step further. What do you think of what Governor Gavin Newsom is doing right now in California?
Well, I think it is important that the federal and state government in California get on the same page, work together to stop the violence, work together to make sure that those who are sent to the streets to deal with the violence are properly trained, have the skills that they need, and are part of a unified command structure. It's incredibly dangerous to send our troops into a situation where there is not a unified command structure. By the president making this call to federalize the Guard without the permission and without the consultation with the local governor, I think that that creates a situation that is rife for miscommunication and rife for potential conflict. I think what we need to do is turn down the temperature there, stop pointing fingers, make sure the people who have the skills necessary to restore calm and order and deal with violence are the ones on the front lines.
So is the governor right to be suing the federal government for sending in the National Guard?
Look, I think that's a question for Gavin Newsom, and I've not seen his lawsuit. I've not seen the nature of his complaint. I think that's a question for the governor of California. I'm telling you how we do it here in Pennsylvania, how seriously I take my responsibility as commander-in-chief, and how we work together with our federal partners on deployments. I would not want the president coming in here to Pennsylvania and taking our National Guard without consultation with me, the commander-in-chief of the Pennsylvania National Guard. There are ways to facilitate the kind of coordination and communication that's necessary to make sure we have order in our communities and to protect our soldiers, to protect our guards people, to protect our police who are on the front lines.
I know maybe University of Pennsylvania is more within your purview, but I don't know if it's fixed in terms of anti-Semitism. I certainly don't think Harvard's fixed. Things keep happening. I mean, you're living proof of some of the worst things that have happened, but I mean, it's almost, I mean, probably more than weekly, but the things that we see in the headlines that are really just beyond the pale in terms of, you know, just horrific and horrendous. How would you fix Harvard? Do you think Harvard's fixed at this point? I don't see any evidence that I would feel safe if I were a Jewish student at Harvard. I would not feel safe right now if I went there.
Yeah. Well, let me say, I'm speaking to you today from a college campus. I'm on Penn State Abington's campus as we conduct this interview. And I will tell you, I think Penn State, largest school in our Commonwealth, has done a wonderful job creating space for students to peacefully protest, but also making sure that hatred and bigotry do not carry the day on a campus, that Jewish students can get to campus free of any sort of anti-Semitic fueled violence, that they're able to live out their time as a student, that the legal responsibilities on a chancellor, on a college president, are upheld. We've seen that at Penn State. And I will tell you that as it relates to the University of Pennsylvania, which I think was part of the top of your question there, I literally just met last week with the president of the University of Pennsylvania, and we continued our conversations in this space. I will tell you, I think they've made a lot of improvements from where they were before. It is incredibly important that every single student on campus, regardless of what they look like, where they come from, who they love, who they pray to, has the ability to go to class, get to their dorm room, and be able to participate in campus life free of violence, free of threats. That is both a legal responsibility here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across the country, and it's a moral responsibility. And I do think some of the universities got out of whack, especially last year, and they are now correcting for that. And it is important that those corrections continue. As I said before, there is a place in this country for peaceful protest. What there is not a place for is violence. What there is not a place for is chaos on our campuses. What there is not a place for is targeting someone because of how they pray. I think at this moment in time, leaders from governors to university presidents all have a responsibility to speak and act with moral clarity and universally condemn anti-Semitism. When we do not condemn anti-Semitism, when we do not condemn other forms of hatred and bigotry, it leads to the kind of political violence that we've seen throughout this Commonwealth and throughout this country. We saw it in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. And we saw it less than 2 months ago at the governor's residence here in Pennsylvania while my family and I slept. We have got to all stand up, Republicans and Democrats alike, and condemn the voices that are leading to violence in our politics, on our campuses, on our streets of our cities and towns. It is not okay, and we all have to forcefully condemn it, and we have to not create space for it, and we have to not reward political actors who decide to engage in it, period.
All right, Governor, I'm not going to... I want to say yes to all the things that you just said. And I'm not going to ask you about Iowa or anything if you got plane tickets or anything. That's for another conversation. maybe at some point.
Good to be with you guys.
It's 2025. I mean, we got to relax.
It is, but Governor, we'd like to have you back
Yeah, we
to talk
would.
more about the business initiatives you're working on.
And everything else. That's right. Governor Shapiro, thank you.
Listen, I'd love to come back on and talk about how Pennsylvania's open for business. We've sped up our permitting time. By the way, we were in the bottom of the pack in the country. We're now in the top of the pack. It's a big reason why Amazon picked Pennsylvania. We've got the best workforce. We've got an abundance of energy, particularly natural gas. We're competing again here in Pennsylvania. I'd love to keep talking about it with you in the future. Thanks so much, guys.
And the Eagles.
Thank you, Governor.
I'm sure you got a lot to talk. Governor, thank you.
Go Birds.
Yeah, good. All right. See you
Thank
later.
you.
Fly, Eagles fly. Anyway, up next, a look at what's moving in the pre-market. And then Wall Street getting ready for key inflation data tomorrow and Thursday. We will break down what's needed for the Fed to cut rates. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
When you partner with CDW, something amazing happens. Cloud transforms the way you work and learn. Security protects critical data and stays ahead of threats. AI finds new opportunities and more sustainable strategies. CDW designs and builds custom services and solutions so you get more out of your technology. Make amazing happen. CDW.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Since starting the farmer's dog, Booger has lost so much weight, and he has so much more energy. It's like a puppy again.
Mambo!
This is a before picture of Bogart. Such a big boy. Pre-portioned packs. Makes it really easy to keep him lean and healthy. And look at him now. He's like a show dog.
Bogue, can you give Daddy a break here? He's having a hard enough time.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options, now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
This is the one. She fixes, she manages, she perfects. Because maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial-grade product you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC. Never miss a moment.
One of the people who I've respected over the years, Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 8/10.
I think these stable coins are actually going to be the savior of dollar hegemony in the world, not a detractor from it.
We're going to address the debt problem at the same time as we are making the economy work again. And welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic here with a look at some of your early morning movers. We're going to start with some big news in entertainment. Disney has agreed to pay CNBC parent company Comcast nearly $440 million for the remainder of its stake in Hulu it doesn't already own. Both of the media giants are actually moving fractionally lower in the pre-market. Disney, you may recall, originally announced its plans to buy the 33% stake in Hulu it didn't already own back in 2023 for $8.6 billion. They wanted to take full ownership of the streaming service. This specific payment cleans up a lengthy appraisal process of what the total of Hulu should have been valued at. The final transaction is expected to close at the end of July. Now, for more on this story, be sure to tune into Squawk on the Street later on this morning at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time for an exclusive interview with Disney CEO Bob Iger. Let's turn now to technology. Microsoft regaining its title as the market cap king. Shares are slightly lower this morning after hitting an all-time high. The stock is also coming off its 8th straight day worth of gains. Microsoft has been trading places with Apple and Nvidia at the top of the market cap heap for a year now, and you can see that Nvidia is not too far behind, $3.5 to $3.49 trillion. We'll take a look at what happens today. And we're going to end with Novo Nordisk. So shares are up 3% after the Financial Times reported that activist hedge fund Parvis has built a stake in the Danish drug maker. According to the report, Parvis is interested in influencing who the new CEO is going to be. So keep an eye on Novo shares up 2.25%. Becky, I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. Up next, how investors should game out the Fed. We've got to look at some rate cut scenarios based on this week's upcoming inflation data. And then Ways and Means Committee Chair Jason Smith meeting with President Trump and CEOs at the White House to talk about the reconciliation bill. He will join us with the latest from Washington. Squawk Box will be right back.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com. And in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected. For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? It should. Bringing a microchip powerhouse to market? Mizuho was there. Anywhere a tech company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
The Closing Bell Special Report, the next wave in AI, live from San Francisco, inside the transformative world of artificial intelligence. Who's winning the race? Where are the next big investments? Closing Bell, today 3 p.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Self-expression is the ultimate factor to confidence and self-love. My style has a personality that can lighten up a room. I feel like a professional, and that's what I am now. I'm gonna set the tone with the outfit I put on.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new 2025 Infiniti QX80. A most luxurious way to travel.
Wall Street's getting ready for key inflation data tomorrow and Thursday. Steve Leisman joins us now with some scenarios of what the numbers may say and what's needed potentially for the Fed to cut rates. We had someone on earlier that says one more tomorrow and Thursday, one more set of quiet, cool
data might be enough.
Then it hits the fan next month. No, not for rate cuts.
Then the tariff. That was Larry McDonald this morning. I heard that. Yeah, it's like 6:30 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's
an expectation out there. But yesterday, a good precondition for all this, we had improved inflation expectations in an important report from the New York Fed. And that, together with hopes of a contained CPI report tomorrow, could begin to create the conditions for the Fed to cut rates or resume rate cuts later this year. That depends, of course, on what we're just talking about, the impact of tariffs and other Trump policies on prices and jobs. The least likely cutting scenario, if inflation marches higher and unemployment doesn't decline. The most likely, higher unemployment and stable to lower inflation. The worst dilemma for the Fed, higher inflation and higher unemployment. You know what that is. Austin Goolsbee talked about it on our air when he said that's the central bank's worst situation, stagflation, where both sides of the legal mandate get worse at the same time. So I think we'll have to see how big the impacts on prices are. So there are those who think the Fed can cut even amid higher inflation. Here's a grid for you that maybe looks at what the Fed can do. They argue that the Fed should look through any tariff effects, but that's a tough call unless unemployment really shoots up. Stable or lower inflation would enable the Fed to remove, I would say, 50 basis points pretty quickly, or the estimated amount of how restrictive it is here. It could cut as much as 100 if you have inflation heading lower and the unemployment rate either stays stable or rises. So the key right there is that what happens to the inflation rate, the kind of flexibility it gives the Fed to cut and how much. For the year, the market's built in the middle scenario of 50 basis points cuts, 60% probability more or less of one coming in September, another in December. NFIB small business report this morning showing a modest rise in optimism, but the percent of firms charging higher prices and planning to raise prices didn't get worse, but it remains elevated. If tariffs don't show up in the data, it'll be an important step to clearing the way for cuts, but it'll need to continue, I think, Joe, for a couple more months before the Fed can sound the all-clear signal.
So why'd Larry McDonald say that we don't see the tariff effect till one more month? I thought we were looking, I thought last month we said one more month.
There was a whiff of it last month. There's a little bit more.
It wasn't Larry, it was the other.
Yeah, it was the other guy. Yeah, you said there was a UBS guy.
UBS guy, yeah.
It was
There's something.
Evan Brown.
There's something the administration said that I don't think is being given enough weight here, which is the idea of relative price movements. We had this whole discussion about elasticity, right? Can you substitute that product or do without it? And if you do pay more for that product, is there another inelastic product or elastic product that I can do without? So the relative prices go down because others went up. And that's the whole sort of aggregate change in prices that we're looking at.
Look, and Liz Everett-Chrisberg was here, and she suggested that the data from Bank of America Institute showed that people were loading up on stuff. It wasn't just the retailers who were hoarding things. It was consumers who were buying electronics and cars and trying to get in under the tariffs kicking
We reported that when we did the retail monitor the prior month. It's in the data. It's why I keep saying we don't have a true read on this economy till the third quarter, right? Yeah, the negative 0.3 in the first quarter.
So more
now,
than one more.
Atlanta Fed is running 3.8 now, but all that is a rebound in net trade.
So you think it's more than a month? It's September, October, really, before we're going to see.
I think if you get a couple months of inflation that's cool, the Fed can say, all right, maybe there's stuff, if I look at the data, I do see the tariffs in there, but I see offsets and I see a pretty decent aggregate level of prices not going up. I think the Fed can think about cutting rates in September if we get those things that I was talking about in line.
Meantime, WTI is picking up a little too, which takes away the lower gas prices that are helping us on the inflation.
I've gotten some cheap gas.
I did 287. I was so proud of myself. Did you do 287?
Cash.
No, this was cash or credit.
Cash.
Well, you're not in New Jersey.
I was coming back from Cape Cod.
You were?
287 in Massachusetts.
And you paid with a credit card?
I paid with a credit card.
Wow.
Was cash cheaper?
This is the things that
was cash cheaper? Could you have paid cash?
It was not a cheaper alternative to cash.
Well, you guys going to start talking about the weather next?
If there was,
we're
would
going to get low gas prices.
I am starting to get sick of these 3% credit card charges.
No kidding.
I'm going to carry around a little more cash.
You guys, I'm going to pull up 2 rocking chairs on the porch, and you guys can talk about that and the weather.
I shouldn't say that on TV.
How about the weather, Joe? How about the weather?
I'm like Christy Nome.
Why?
No, she had her purse had $3,000.
$3,000 in cash to avoid credit card fees. Nobody said that was the reason it was there.
Steve, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in Amy Wu Silverman. She's the head of derivative strategy at RBC Capital Markets. And Amy, the key word for you is volatility. You say your volatility jokes still have some legs here. You want to tell us some?
Yeah, I mean, they're really bad. They'll make my kids cringe, but my favorite...
Dad jokes?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I mean, you can use them as dad jokes if you
listening.
want. But look, it's It's this idea that there's this other options Greek out there. It's not delta, gamma, vega. It's Tweeta. It's the sensitivity of implied volatility to Donald Trump's tweets. And it's kind of a joke, but kind of not, because every portfolio manager out there is managing their portfolio way more to Tweeta than anything else right now.
Truth Social.
Yeah. You know, I subscribe to it, obviously, for market reasons, and the amount of sheer tweeting that you get and how much you have to react to that is something that we all have to think about. And, you know, it's interesting because VIX is subdued right now. It's sub 20 handle. But we know those volatility potholes are out there. We saw them April 2nd. We saw them August 5th. And I think the concern is they're really down the road, you know, because I hear you asking about, well, when do we see things hit? Is it September? Is it October? You see that in the term structure of the market, Becky. Like you see that very bearish sentiment rise as soon as we get to that 3-6 month space in options. It's telling you folks are still pretty cautious. They're just not cautious for the near term as we wait and see.
You do say, though, that there is some really promising bullish indicators, especially when you look at small caps for the short term.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I would characterize the market right now as hoping but not hopeful, and these are sort of hoping trades. So I think a lot of the extreme bullishness you're seeing in small caps is one. Likely some part of it is short covering, but the other part is a little bit of a rate sensitivity play, and then a little bit of if tariffs do come out and they are better than expected and you get that resiliency, then you're going to see that right tail in small caps first, and the market doesn't want to get caught whipsawed the way they did during the Liberation Day round trip, and institutional investors really lagged there. They don't want that to happen again, so they have their thumb on the right side of the scale because they are bearish.
And I liked your description for what happened to investors, institutional investors too. Right after Liberation Day, you say they were basically frozen.
Yeah.
Deer in headlights sort of situation.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of what I do is just try to suss out the sentiment from our clients, which are institutional investors, and it really was like, we'll just wait and see. You know, we'll just see what happens next. And I think what's happened in the last 2 months is they've realized they can't just keep doing that because, one, you know, those who de-risked and degrossed, they got caught and didn't get the rally. They missed it. So now that's why I think you see this deployment of, I think they're right tail hedges, but this extreme bullishness in IWM, so the small cap proxy. A lot of this is them saying we've got to do something, even if longer term we're still a little bit more negative, but we can't just simply continue to be frozen in deer in headlights.
You think that's the right bet if you have to make a bet?
I think for now, yes, because what you've seen is, one, you know, there is still a little bit of market management by Trump. You know, that tends, I think what we saw was a little bit more towards the bond market, but it is there. But the second aspect of it is what we've actually seen investors do is they're going to sectors that are just tariff resilient. So maybe your COGS are not all overseas, maybe you're more services oriented, and we're seeing them deploy those option trades on those sectors rather than say, you know, I'm going to put my finger in the wind and say, this is what I think is going to happen with tariffs. I still don't think people know, and they're watching the negotiations.
So for people watching the macro this week, we're waiting for the inflation numbers, the CPI and the PPI. What are you looking for?
I'm certainly looking at those. What is interesting is, and this was true prior to NFPs last week, is if you actually look at that at the money straddle pricing, so essentially just the magnitude of what the options market is pricing, it's very low. It's pricing almost nothing happening. And I always think that's a little dangerous because, again, you got that Tweeta risk, you know, that is always in this market as an overhang. And right now, it just feels a little complacent. And I think the folks who are going to do something about it, they have their thumb on that right tail hedge.
So there's not big premium in the puts or the calls on the strike price.
Exactly. So it's not sort of saying directionally one way or the other. It's just saying overall those premiums are quite inexpensive.
That's a buy then, because you wouldn't want to sell it.
Yeah. But you know, that's what people are doing, Joe. They're
selling them. That's why they're low.
That's why they're low. There's a lot of I'd say premium harvesting, volatility suppression related to just people just wanting to collect yield right now as they wait and see. And that's where we kind of find ourselves in this environment.
Can't believe I used to do that with S&Ps. Only I'd sell the calls and the puts. And in a month between expiration, I thought I was going to be bankrupt or lose my house. And then, usually it would end.
It
usually it
typically
ends
works,
right
though, right?
there. Yeah, but you got to have a lot of nerve because it goes both ways.
That is true. You can hit a pothole if you do it, but it typically, there is a vol risk
Many times
premium.
it's settled right at the strike, and you just have to keep all that. And it was during a period of volatility, so they were both really elevated the premium. But now I just use DraftKings for $5.
Oh, great.
It's a lot better. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, House Ways and Means Committee Chair Jason Smith joins us with the latest on the reconciliation bill. In his meeting with President Trump and CEOs yesterday, Squawk Box coming right back.
In a place like New York City, it's very difficult to find open areas. This is the challenge for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey and the New York Power Authority when looking for ways to meet their decarbonization goals.
The largest canopy project in New York State.
It is a central piece to us becoming a leader in airport sustainability. This project at JFK symbolizes our commitment to supporting our customers in their energy transitions.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
You make good choices. Always planning ahead. Like to not just chase a career, but one day, follow your heart. With ambition like that, you need someone who elevates advice to a craft. At UBS, we match your vision with insight and expertise to shape a unique outcome for you. Advice is our craft.
The average dog only lives to be 10. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our food comes in personalized portions. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
Yikes. I'm thinking about adding to my fleet.
Tough decision.
Almost as tough as this lie. What do you think?
Safety scores are good. Policies are updated. I said go for it.
I was talking about my shot. But that's good advice.
Can I give you another piece of advice?
What's that? Wow.
Century, right by you.
That is good advice.
Thank you.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put 2 and 2 together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
The club is really about empowerment, empowering you to manage your own money.
One of the key benefits for me is knowing where Jim is going to buy or sell before he does it.
He teaches how to invest versus just what trades to make.
What I like about Jim is he makes it easy for someone like me to understand how to invest my money properly.
Booyah, Jim! Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim.
President Trump, along with other Capitol Hill leaders and the CEOs of companies like Uber, Dell, Goldman Sachs, met to discuss investing billions of dollars into what the president is calling Trump accounts. The money will go towards children of their companies. Joining us now with the details of the meeting, House Ways and Means Chairman, Congressman, or Chairman, Jason Smith. Good to have you on, Mr. Chairman. You having fun yet?
It's always good to be with you, Joe.
You having fun yet?
Every single day.
I just need to know that. Yeah? We can talk about...
Every single day.
I'm not... that's good. People that go into your line of work, they gotta know what they're getting into. I think, and you're doing public service, and eventually, I guess there's a light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully not a train. Coming right at you. Some days I'm sure you don't know, right?
You don't know, but I always say expect the unexpected, and that's in fact what we've been doing. We've been preparing since I've been chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee for this moment. So over 2.5 years in educating all of my members about the expiring tax provisions and all different aspects of the tax code to help deliver the tax portion of the One Big Beautiful Bill.
You know what? I think you were there yesterday, and I saw everyone. I saw David Solomon and Dara and Michael Dell, and one of the funny lines was to fund these accounts. If you took what Gavin Newsom has spent on that rail, whatever that was, that pipe dream of what they were building, and it's 100 times over budget or something. You could have, I think they said you could have set up health accounts for 40 billion of our children, which we don't have.
That's exactly right. It would have funded for every children and then some, according to the comments that was made yesterday at that roundtable. This is a very small investment that you can do for the future of America, to allow them to have ownership in America's economy, where they have an investment fund created when they are born, and they watch it grow. They see the involvement, and being involved with the stock market is extremely important. Roughly 60% of Americans are involved in the stock market. This allows every child that's born from here on out for the next several years, whether that they live on a city block or on a county road, they're treated the same.
This is the likelihood that this comes to fruition. What do you think it is at this point?
It's a priority of President Trump. It has his signature name on it, the Trump investment accounts. I see that we had no problem passing in the House of Representatives. I would expect the Senate would also maintain the president's priorities and help putting it on his desk. It is the right thing to do for families. This tax bill is the right thing to do for pro-growth policies, for small businesses. The Senate's going to deliver their side of the agreement.
What do you think is coming back to you from the Senate? If you had to guess, what's it going to look like?
Well, you know, the Senate's having to do the same balancing act that we did in the House. We had to thread a very careful needle, could only lose a couple members. They can only lose a couple senators, but they're dealing with the same dynamics that we had, whether it is the debt and deficit hawks that want to cut more spending, or whether it is people who do not like SALT. Of course, there's not a Republican senator representing a SALT state. That's a dynamic that we had in the House. They also have to look at all the green credits. That's something that creates a lot of interest. Some people want to eliminate every green credit, and others want to use a scalpel approach. So it's all about balance. They have to thread that needle. They can't make fatal changes to the bill that could be a vote issue over in the House, and they know what those fatal changes are.
I wonder how it all plays out, but you're right. And you know, we had Senator Johnson last week, and you know, it reminds me of the way President Trump negotiates sometimes. Everybody stakes out these positions that supposedly, you know, there's going to be no negotiating. But Mr. Chairman, when it comes down to it, everybody knows what the margin is in the House and what the margin is in the Senate. So no matter where you're sitting and how intractable you seem to be, you think it's finally going to, they know that, and they're finally going to agree on something because it has to be done by July 4th?
Without a doubt, failure is not an option. We're going to make sure that the largest tax increase on America does not happen. We're going to, in fact, make sure that they have the largest tax cut. And we're also going to make sure it's the largest mandatory spending cut in U.S. history and the most significant welfare reforms in U.S. history. These are all things that we can agree on. We're going to get there. Failure is not an option. People want to make some tweaks and changes here and there, but we're going to get it on the president's desk by July 4th.
Chairman Smith, when you say the fatal positions that the senators know, are you talking SALT and Medicaid? Only because we've had a number of Republican senators who have come on here and trashed those positions and said they won't vote for anything that has those positions that the House has sent over in their bill.
The fatal positions are the ones that require 218 in the House and 51 in the Senate. If it takes away from those votes, it's a fatal position. We have the smallest majority in the history of America when you've passed such a razor-thin tax bill. And so the water has to be tread very carefully, and they're doing that. I'm very proud of the work that Leader Thune and Chairman Crapo, we've been working hand in glove with them for months now for this moment. They're going to deliver a good product that we can get across the finish line on the president's desk.
But you know the fatal positions. They apparently know the fatal positions. We don't. Which ones are they?
You'll figure that out as the process moves along. But it's very easy. It's like what I said, Becky, whether you look at SALT, whether you look at the green credits, whether you look at spending cuts with debt and deficit hawks, but also folks that are very sensitive to spending. Those are fatal issues if you go too far in any direction. That's why it's all about balance and just threading that needle.
Well, Trump said something nice about it. I can't remember what he said yesterday about you. Remember what it was
well,
good.
I appreciate the kind. I told President Trump he can say anything nice about me that he wants to publicly, but he was very, very kind, and I appreciate working with him. He's been a great executive to work alongside with,
right,
and passing this one big beautiful bill.
Right. Keep us updated. Come back, Chairman Smith. Thank you. Squawk Box will be right back.
Congratulations. I like that.
It is.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. But you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like a medical professional. Or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
A rich life isn't a straight line to a destination on the horizon. Sometimes it takes an unexpected turn with detours, new possibilities, and even another passenger or three. And with 100 years of navigating ups and downs, you can count on us to help guide you through it all. Because life is a winding path, made rich by the people you walk it with.
The CNBC Disruptor 50 list revealed. Meet the innovative companies shattering boundaries, shaking up industries, and changing the game for good. Special coverage continues all day and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
It's always bigger in Texas.
A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Man, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit. Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf. Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America. Because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington. For the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Now, get $4,250 total customer cash on this Chevy Silverado. Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
All right, let's take a look at how things are shaping up. We've got about a half hour to go till the opening bell on Wall Street. And right now, green arrows, these are some pretty modest advances, but hey, we're in the green. Dow futures up by about 6. S&P futures up by 8. The NASDAQ up by 35. If you check out crypto, last we looked, it was closing in on 110,000. Right now, it's at 109,717. And oil prices have been picking back up, getting a little bit of steam here. You've got WTI back above $65 a barrel at 65.41. Brent is above $67 a barrel, and then you've got natural gas, which is actually giving back by about 1.3%.
God, it's 9 o'clock.
It is. That does it for us today, but we'll be right back here tomorrow. We hope you are too. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks do continue their steady grind higher as we get a second day of U.S.-China trade talks in London. Pretty light day for economic data, although small business NFIB sentiment ticks higher for the first time this year, 10-year 4.4. Our roadmap begins with the latest on trade talks. The Commerce Secretary says discussions are going well as the two sides do meet for a second day in London.
Plus, Apple's Developers Conference underwhelming on the AI front, but the iOS software gets its biggest facelift in over a decade. We'll tell you what the street has been saying all about it. And Disney completes its purchase of Hulu, or will soon. It's agreed to pay NBC Universal an additional $439 million to own all of that streaming service. Disney CEO Bob Iger will join us exclusively just a few minutes from now. We'll talk, of course, about what the full Hulu acquisition means for Disney's strategy and a lot of other topics.
Let's begin with the markets, though. Watching developments in London, where U.S.-China trade talks have entered that second day. This is the Commerce Secretary from earlier today talking about progress.
We've been all day yesterday, and I expect it to all day today. Going well, and we're spending lots of time together.
Spending lots of time together, he says, Jim.
Yeah, well, Chinese stocks went down at the end of yesterday's session. Of course, our stocks went down at the end of yesterday's session. I think there's just a lot of people who
Order
filled, and then the hope's dashed, so they just leave again. I continue to think that when I look at Advanced Micro stock going up, Advanced Micro has a GPU like NVIDIA, not as powerful. Maybe that's who they're offering. I don't think you can get out of there without giving them semiconductors. David, I don't care what they say, that they can make it all up with packaging and that there's no problem, they've got it all ready. They don't have what we have. And they want it. And boy, do we ever need what they have. And it's really one country needs and the other country
Rare
wants.
earths, of course, what we need right now, as I think is what you're referring to clearly for automotive and a number of other industrial
F-35.
uses.
We want that. We
There's
like
another
that
one.
fighter jet to work.
And
just in case.
to your point, they want access to, and by the way, Jensen Huang wants them to have access to NVIDIA chips of some kind.
Paris. Yeah, well, he does, because he doesn't have. He just wants to give them the Biden chip. The
H20, which they were, and then they weren't.
Right.
And they took what was originally 5.5. They did roll that back. I think it ended up being what in the quarter $4.5 billion write
but
down.
there's still, they say there's $50 billion in play.
What's the overall market?
Yeah, overall.
That's not like they're going to sell 50 billion NVIDIA chips into
but
China.
they're saying that we had 95% of the market a few years ago.
I know, but they don't need more. But when you use that $50 billion number, it makes people think, oh, it's a $50 billion loss. It's not of revenues.
No, you see, I was quoting Jensen, who said it was 50 billion. I mean,
it's a $50 billion market. Right.
Well, in play is the same as market.
Opportunity.
Okay, let's agree with opportunity.
So we've got this notion that export controls might be part of the toolkit.
Absolutely.
You got this licensing on their part for some automakers, for 6 months.
But right now right now the Europeans have it and the Japanese have it. They gave them. It's just us that are being penalized. It's just Ford and GM.
Right. Well, there's a piece on the tape this morning about Hyundai, which apparently, according to Reuters, says they have about a year-long stockpile, which is a big deal right now.
Yes. No, I mean, look. I don't think people realize it. I was speaking to an executive at a major auto company who said, listen, we're still playing checkers. They're still playing chess. And when you hear that, you say to yourself, like, is they playing checkers? I mean, I don't know. We're a powerful country, but there's a reserve in Mexico of beast and rare earth. Never talked about. It's there. Why don't we go down to China? Why don't we have like a plan? I think
Last I heard, we're sort of still also negotiating with the Mexican government around trade too. So
well, yeah, but I'm just saying that why isn't there a plan to be able to make it so that we have a strategic petroleum? We have one for Bitcoin. You know.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
We haven't funded it yet, have we?
No, but it's like whoever stole Bitcoin, we can take it back.
Bitcoin reserve. Yeah.
But I mean, we have the ability to take them on. We have the ability to take the Chinese on, but we didn't think about it ahead of time. It wasn't on the agenda. I mean, I don't like that. Okay, I just think if you're going to take on the Chinese, you better have something in your back pocket other than like, hey, guys, we've got the AMD latest. Hey, you know what? Here's some Micron. Want some Micron?
Sure. What do you got?
They're like, I'll give you some MU. I'll give you some high bandwidth. Look, we're not strong. We're not strong. Other countries are. We should be working with our allies to come up with rare earth, because otherwise what's going to happen is in a year they'll have stolen all of what NVIDIA has. They'll have copied it because that's what they do. And then what do we have? We're back hat in hand.
Right.
Let's be a little... I want to do this right.
That said, Jim, markets within a few points of an all-time high. Forward earnings estimates, 280 is now getting back to all-time highs. Oil's sort of pricing in either constructive trade or good economic activity.
There's a little bit of a disconnect. If I were the CEO of Ford or the CEO of GM, I'd be worried. But most of our companies do not. Most of our companies aren't even reacting anymore to things. I mean, well, Smucker had a bad tariff hit, and we can get into Smucker. But I think that there's a lot of companies that are readjusting, and it turns out that the hit's not as bad. A lot of it is because they're sourcing at different places. Almost none of it's because they're making it here. We can't make this. On July 3rd, may I suggest you go to Dollar Tree? Go July 2nd, actually, because they might run out of balloons. You go to Dollar Tree there. That stuff, that's not made in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, okay? You don't get that. You know, you're not getting that from Michigan.
No. Let's quickly get to Apple before the break. As you know by now, yesterday's presentation at the Developers Conference unveiled some software updates, including the first significant redesign of its iPhone OS in more than a decade. The event, though, did disappoint some elements of Wall Street. Shares closed lower on the lack of major announcements surrounding AI. Jim, Key calls it disappointing. You think they should buy Perplexity?
Yeah, well, look, their policy, and I remember when I suggested Tim Cook to buy Netflix, I've suggested to buy a lot of things, and they weren't as good.
You told everybody to buy all sorts of stuff. What's the problem? You have.
I said that Sievert would be out.
You're changing the subject.
Well, because I've
And by the way, that hasn't happened yet, but you're referring, we should make to a German report that has Mike Sievert, the fairly long-time CEO now of T-Mobile, potentially stepping down from that role, something that Jim referred to out of nowhere one day a couple of months ago.
We don't know when. They're not going to put a release out. They're not going to put a release out. It's not done. And I hope he stays because I think he's fantastic.
Okay. You want to get back to Apple?
I thought that Apple had a lot of good things. I don't think that people realize that Apple has such an aversion to buying companies and a great proclivity to say, look, you want our billion, 1.3 billion? We'll take you as our sole sponsor. Now, a sole source. Now, the problem is that Google, one of the things that Google's in big trouble for.
Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we got a picture of Mike
no,
Sievert.
he's staying. It was some story that I read. But look, listen to me. Remember, it's not that painful to listen to me, okay? I'll be listening to you with eye roll.
You can ask a question.
Okay, Google wrote a check for $20 billion to Apple in 2022.
Every year.
And yes, and this is what the government hates, that they did that. So I would pivot if I were Apple. Instead of saying to Perplexity, you know what? I think that you should pay us. I think they should say, we pay you. Now, that's not what you ever want to hear, right? Right?
You going to keep defending Apple?
You bet I am.
Why?
Okay, because if I were told to move out of China, and so I moved to India, and then it turned out that was the wrong country, oh, sorry. If I gave $500 billion 4 years to build things here, well, that didn't protect me? Sorry. What do you have to do? Are you kidding me? Do you think you're the CEO and you're sitting back and saying, you know what, we ought to have a radical, oh my God, is the India thing working? Well, maybe there's a lot on his mind.
Okay, none of that. That's all very well true.
Well, I'm saying that
I'm
the
just
CEO
talking about whether or not it's worth owning this company's stock at this point.
Yes, and if they buy Perplexity, you'll come to me and you'll say,
"Who said they're going to buy Perplexity?"
Jim.
The largest.
Jim wants them.
The largest deal they've ever done was Beats. $3 billion.
Okay, did the buyback work? Is the buyback working right now? Is the buyback working?
Doesn't feel like it.
Thank you. I rest my case. Okay?
Use the capital on something else.
Yes, that's my point.
All right.
I'm not asking to be all Benioff. I am saying that to buy Perplexity would make it so that you pay $220 right now.
Yeah, well, we're going to take note of the suggestion, Jim. Meantime, an exclusive, as David mentioned, with Disney's Bob Iger on the company taking full control of Hulu amid a torrent of media news actually today. Don't go away.
Nothing stands still. Not technology, not the market, and not Franklin Templeton. We've been a firm in motion for over 75 years. Always innovating. Today, we're a leader in public and private markets, digital assets, and custom tax management, empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
The Closing Bell Special Report, the next wave in AI, live from San Francisco, inside the transformative world of artificial intelligence. Who's winning the race? Where are the next big investments? Closing Bell, today 3 p.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+. Experience the power of CNBC Pro. All new investing tools, securely linked to your brokerage accounts. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
It isn't about where you go. It's about how you feel getting there. With the thrill of 375 horsepower and the convenience of a 14.5-inch display. It's about being able to see things bigger than ever. And turning a playlist into a concert. Welcome to the 2025 Genesis GV80 and GV70. Get the GV80 for 3.99% APR for 60 months. Exclusively at your DFW Genesis retailers.
My style tells my story. It can be simple, at the same time make a statement. Confidence is the key to success, in my opinion. When you're true to yourself, you feel comfortable within your own skin.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Disney's going to pay Comcast, that's our parent company, at least for a few more months, additional $439 million. This to take full control of Hulu. It ends what's been a lengthy appraisal process for the streaming service, of course, of which Comcast once owned as much as 33%. Joining us in a CNBC exclusive is Bob Iger, of course, Disney CEO. Good to have you back on, Bob. You know, $438 million is a lot less than many of your shareholders were at least concerned. I don't know if you were concerned that you'd have to pay. And I'm curious, was that the case? Did you have more money earmarked potentially? And if so, does it give you an opportunity to spend it elsewhere?
Well, let me start, David, by saying that this is a business, our streaming business, that lost $5 billion in the year prior to my coming back. And we're going to earn over $1 billion this year. So $4 billion in the year prior to my coming back. We're going to earn over $1 billion this year. So we've got a $5 billion turnaround. And this step is the first big step in the direction of turning this into a real growth business for the company. We were prepared, if necessary, to pay more for this, but the third-party appraiser appraised it at a price that was closer to our evaluation or the bank that was evaluating this business for us. Had the bank, the third-party appraiser, come up with a number that was closer to Comcast, this could have cost us $5 billion more. So obviously, we're very pleased with this result. But now we're focused on doing what we intended to do once we gain full control of this. And that's basically to put these apps together seamlessly, to create an experience for the consumer that's easier to use, easier to buy, to increase engagement, to lower churn, to grow subs, and ultimately to consolidate more and to save some money in terms of the operation. So we're very pleased with this result.
Yeah, I would imagine you would be, given it is, again, far less than perhaps certainly our parent company Comcast was hoping that they would get, although at the end it's still almost $9 billion for them in terms of the overall stake. You mentioned direct-to-consumer. Last quarter, which was only a few weeks back, you delivered $336 million in operating income from direct-to-consumer. You mentioned Hulu now being a part of overall this plan. So what do you do once you own it? What do you actually... what is the consumer going to see perhaps that's different, Bob, than currently in terms of the offering you're making to them?
Well, we've already bundled the apps in a way that is, I think, really easy to use with ingesting the Hulu product onto the Disney Plus product. But obviously, this is a step in the direction of putting these apps together fully, making basically not only a seamless experience for the consumer, but as I said earlier, essentially a one-app purchase. And that's clearly important for us because with a combination of the great quality branded programming on Disney Plus and with the great value that Hulu provides with not only volume in terms of general entertainment but quality, this is a great combination, and this is, again, a big step in the direction of us enabling all of this and also turning Hulu into a more global brand as part of the Disney Plus offering. And then in addition to that, we've got ESPN coming with a direct-to-consumer product toward the end of this year and at the end of this fiscal year. And obviously, when we do that, we'll put out a great bundle for the consumer, which will enable the consumer to buy all three and have a seamless experience between Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN.
Right, as well. Listen, there's been plenty of other news, not necessarily related to Disney. Yesterday, though, Warner Brothers Discovery announcing it will split its company. It's not long ago, of course, Comcast also splitting off its cable networks, including our own, into a new company called Versant. You and I sat down almost 2 years ago now in Sun Valley, where you'd indicated certainly you were looking closely at the possibility of divesting some of what you called non-core, but were some of your cable networks. You chose not to, Bob. It's a different direction than Warner Brothers has gone in or Comcast has gone in, and I'm curious as to why.
Well, you're right, David. 2 years ago, soon after I returned to Disney, I put everything on the table and asked the team to evaluate, one, whether we should buy Hulu or whether we should sell Hulu, whether we should sell our linear television networks or whether we should hold on to them. And after a pretty lengthy process internally and really taking a long look at what these properties could mean to us long term, we decided that the best course for us to take was to not only hold on to Hulu and buy it in its entirety, but also to hold on to the linear television networks and to integrate them seamlessly with our streaming business. Because what that has enabled us to do is, one, aggregate revenue, both on the sub fee side and on the advertising side. There is still enough linear television subscribers to generate a significant amount of revenue in both cases, in advertising and in subscription fees. We program them seamlessly. We manage them in one organization, and so there's been great economies of scale in doing that. We also aggregate audiences for marketing purposes. And so what we've determined is the combination of both is actually a winning combination for us. It's one of the things that's enabled us to turn the streaming business around from a huge loss to profitability. And over the next several years, it will enable us to grow margins significantly on the streaming side because, again, the ability to amortize program costs and the ability to essentially aggregate audiences and revenue. So we're pleased with the direction we're going. Look, it's also interesting to us that as many others exit that business, I think it gives us a stronger hand to stay in that business. We're very focused. We will have, interestingly enough, a linear television business that's paired with a streaming business. So when you think about it, these spin-off companies won't have the assets from a streaming perspective that we will have.
No,
and again, I think
that's right. But they're separating out. Yeah, they're separating out to get a higher multiple, perhaps, on what they call now the growth part of their business. I mean, one differentiator between you and Warner Brothers, though, is you have ABC. You do have a network. Interestingly, Comcast chose not to include NBC with Versant. I wonder, because at the time you were referring to, our conversation a couple of years back, it seemed that even ABC you were considering, potentially saying so long to. Is there a lot more value in a broadcast network, perhaps, that you'd perceived previously?
Well, I think there's a lot more value in a broadcast network, again, if it's paired very, very seamlessly with a streaming business. And when you think about our core networks, obviously ESPN is a big one. That will be connected, obviously, fully with ESPN's digital offering. Disney Channel is connected seamlessly with Disney+. FX and ABC have fed Hulu programming very effectively. And now when you think about all four, and we also have Nat Geo, which does the same with Disney+, when you think about those 5 networks and how they're programmed across linear and streaming, you've got a business that actually provides us an opportunity to not only grow, but to grow margins in the process as well. So again, we like the direction we're going. We like the fact that we're one of the few that is doing this, because I think it sets us up to be even more competitive in a marketplace that's becoming even more fragmented.
So, Bob, Jim Cramer, good to see you.
Hey, Jim.
I am concerned about, is there a price when the theme parks are too expensive? I mean, you could just say, listen, it doesn't matter. Whatever the freight will bear, we should do it. But then again, there's a Disney reputation. You don't want people to have to spend $50,000 for 7 days if they go to Orlando. And I'm just trying to figure out how you reconcile. At what point are people paying too much and you think it's wrong?
Jim, that was a quick pivot. I've had streaming on my mind all morning. My goodness.
Well, you know,
hey, welcome to my world, Bob. All right, welcome to my world.
Well,
I was listening
about the Green Bay Eagles game.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying here.
We could talk about the Eagles game. Yes, I think the Eagles are going to Green Bay. They'll be on Monday Night Football in November.
Will be, I know.
This year,
and I asked you
Jim.
if you were going to that game, and if you were, I was go with you.
Well, okay. Right. That's an invitation I will accept. Look, we've been expanding our theme park business for quite some time, providing our guests, as we call them, with a much greater experience, a better experience, because of the array of product that we offer them. It enables them, by the way, with more to do, to have an extended length of stay, and improve basically the price to value relationship that they have when they go. We do a lot of research on this. We're very mindful of the fact that in today's times that there are many consumers that are struggling from an economic perspective. It's one of the reasons why we've protected the lowest price point, particularly at Disneyland. Have actually increased the number of days that's available. We've done a lot of things to essentially address the issue for people who have a harder time affording the visit to our parks, not only, again, in terms of increasing value, but also increasing accessibility from a pricing perspective. And we don't really see any sign, as our last quarter results indicated, that pricing has become a huge issue for us, but that doesn't mean we're dismissive of the issue at all, or that we in any way are not mindful of what consumers are experiencing today.
Well, so you say you're not seeing anything, and obviously that tracks with last quarter. What are you seeing on the ground right now? I mean, obviously cruises, the parks, a decent reflection in terms of the consumer right now. Continues to be strong, Bob?
So we're well into our third quarter right now, and we've got one more quarter to go for this year. And I'll only say that so far so good. Our trajectory in terms of the results this year in that business is very positive, and we've not really seen issues. As we said in the second quarter results that we announced, we've not seen issues that in any way would prevent us from continuing to grow that business.
You know, Bob, a lot of companies right now that are focused on costs. You've been as well. When you came back, you were talking about a $7.5 billion cost reduction. I think that's been completed. There were some reports of recent layoffs at the company. I'm curious, do you have a new target in mind, a target that you're not sharing perhaps when it comes to cost reductions?
I think actually when I came back, I targeted $5 billion in reductions, and we delivered over $7.5 billion in cost reductions. You know, I've charged the team with continuing to look at opportunities. Obviously, in a business that is, so dynamic, that has been disrupted in many cases, it's incumbent upon all of us to continue to look at the bottom line, not just in terms of the revenue that we're generating, but the costs that we're spending. And the team is just continuing to be vigilant about it. It's not an edict from the top to deliver a specific number. It's just a desire that we all have to continue to operate under peak efficiency circumstances.
Mr. Bob, I'm going to go back to what was an announcement that I thought was just dropped, and it's unbelievable. This Dubai park, I thought it was the model. Are there other places that want you so badly that they will build this and you just run it, because it is that great Four Seasons model near the end where everybody makes money. There's got to be some other cities.
Abu Dhabi, Jim, by the way.
Yeah, it's Abu Dhabi, but no.
Obviously, we're thrilled with that announcement, and the deal that we entered into is, I think, a deal that is truly a win-win, both for our partners in Abu Dhabi, the Morale Company, and for us. We're not currently looking at another location in the world. We obviously are mindful of possibilities, but we've been focused on
morning.
For some time. We ultimately determined that Abu Dhabi was the best place to do this. That's our focus right now. I don't think there's anything imminent in terms of choosing what would be our 8th location. This will be our 7th location, operate around the theme park. And we'll get this.
Oh, let me check Apex, see if it's up. You said Apex was down for you?
We'll look at other opportunities, but right now we're not.
Oh yeah, I can't log in. Hold on, let me show you the screenshot. I can't log in to Apex.
You stop reporting sub numbers because you focus people on just the growth overall.
I'm getting that error. I can't log in.
Probably. We're focused on EBITDA and cash flow and growing margin, and that's in fact what we're doing. I think at some point, what we're mostly going to disclose is the bottom line. Obviously, we'll talk about trends when they're relevant, and we'll talk about other we'll give other salient
yeah, I'm not gonna
to digest. But as Netflix did by basically getting out of the disclosure business, and we've certainly considered it, but I don't have anything specific to say about it at this point.
All right. Well, we still resolved a few things, including Hulu. A lot's changed in 2 years, obviously. When I hear
I'm not gonna change my password. I'm just gonna wait.
Conversation back at Sun Valley, that famous conversation.
Well, that $5 billion turnaround is what's changed.
Yeah, I see it.
I think this now gives an opportunity.
I don't think they're hacked. I think they were just getting DDoS. I don't know.
We're quite bullish about our ability to do so.
Bob, always appreciate your taking time. Thank you. Thank you.
What's up, Sky?
Bob Iger, CEO of Disney. Guys.
Not the only
All right, Mark is about to open in 2 minutes. I think it's gonna dip.
CNBC report on additional layoffs at Paramount, 3%.
But to go back to that Netflix, I mean, when you have the conference call,
Yeah.
about how the demand
It bot's long, but it's gonna lose money.
and you make it there versus how we do it, which is we parachute down, we get a couple of scenes. They are just they talk about playing chess and checkers. I mean, they're loved overseas because they provide a lot
Yeah,
of
I'm gonna
jobs.
check Apex later. I don't want to mess with that.
Locally Spanish.
And you can't even go to the Discord. The Discord is off. And you can't open the ticket because you can't log in. Stupid.
Be shown places. Certainly, Squid Games was a perfect example of that a number of years back. In terms of its incredible popularity here.
They made a movie in Uruguay about the plane crash, cannibalism, and it's in Uruguay. Well, then Uruguay must be like, this is our chance. Because Netflix is a global source.
Without a doubt. When you hear Iger, though, and with the Hulu acquisition and ESPN Plus coming and $29.99 perhaps for access to all three in terms of a bundled product, that their hope, obviously, and expectation is. That's why I asked that question about subs, whether, and I'm sure they will get rid of reporting them at some point. Right. They want to be in that mix, whether it's Netflix, Disney Plus, and then to be determined.
I would have thought you'd talk more about Warner.
Just don't click anything on the email.
Yesterday's turnaround in Warner Brothers Discovery stock price, I think, was notable. Now,
1 minute, market's gonna open.
Stock up about 10%, but nonetheless, ending down 2%.
Yeah, if it drop a lot, I'll go long, but let's see. I gotta sell my puts. My SPY puts I have yesterday. SPY is green. I'm gonna wait. SPY's a little green, but I got to September.
Some heat around Superman, which actually got a couple of mentions on the call yesterday.
They still have a lot of characters. Doesn't seem to create the value that I keep.
No, but I think David Zaslav's attempt is to make DC, is to narrow the Marvel DC.
And he's so right. I think it's going to be terrific.
Bonds, yeah, the big bond exchange.
Well, doesn't look like it dumped. It just went up. I'm just gonna wait. That's fishy. And that login didn't work too?
Take a look at Brett this week.
That's weird.
We're almost to 66 this morning. We mentioned some of the optimism about growth.
Yeah, just don't do anything till tomorrow. Wait till those hackers are done.
This uncappable 100x on last night, which it was a terrific Goldman guy who's left Goldman to do this, Robert Case. The indications of spend for the consumer is going up. I mean, nothing is as it seems. I mean, his work is just superb, and it just says right now the consumer is actually looking to spend more, maybe much more. That's not what you
Still
get
chopping.
from Dollar General. It's not what you get done if you saw the new acronym CAL. See that? Yeah, I did. CAL.
Alright.
So Costco, O'Reilly, Walmart. Well, I mean, look, there's no department stores anymore that people really go into. All the second property events numbers for is pretty big. But to me, I don't know, these numbers, how could people expect to spend more if we're supposed to be so down and glum? But maybe there's a huge disconnect. That's what Rob was saying to me. Jim, you read the headlines about LA, and then you go and you spend a fortune in a good restaurant. It doesn't.
Are you guys long? Cause I'm flat still. I'm just waiting.
Just ticked lower for 4 straight months. Finally, some relief. In fact, I think the number one complaint among small businesses now taxes, tariffs, and taxes.
Well, at least it's not trying to find people. I mean, I still think that this combination of the roundups, and there the roundup is the day laborers.
Yeah, there's the
what they're
dip.
targeting, and the people coming in will mean that there are parts of our economy, David, that will freeze. Right. They'll freeze until the robots can do it, and the robots aren't doing it.
It's going to be a while till the robots can do it. I agree with you. I'm telling you. I mean, it's
15 minutes got more upside, so we might go back up.
have them trained to do the tasks that are necessary to actually have them in full production. I mean, even Musk, who is eternally optimistic, is talking about 1 million robots in 2030.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty bullish. That's
That's optimistic. 4.5 years away.
David, the public is we're not conscious enough about what the public's buying. Okay. I mean, they're buying every single nuclear company because of this TVA project. Yeah, right. They're buying quantum because Jensen said we got to have some quantum. Right. They're buying anything brokerage. They're buying anything that shows that is the second.
Yeah, that's a good long rate.
Of the data centers.
Yes. Okay. Which means what? Is it a sign that we're getting to more of a speculative phase in this?
When Apple is up another 8 because they think it's going to be in the S&P 500 on Friday, yes.
AppLovin is an interesting company.
It's actually good cash flow.
And they have like only 1,000 employees.
So why can't you and I could get in that business and disrupt?
Give me like 810 no long.
Oh yeah, we could disrupt the hell out of it. Well, but yes, we pay you guys.
Oh, back in 700 how long?
$132 billion market value. So, all right, let's do it.
No, this is what I'm just saying, that we don't spend enough time on our network analyzing what the younger people are buying through Robinhood. And I say that
you spend a lot of time analyzing what they're buying through Robinhood.
No, but it doesn't matter. They're spending the money. Look, we want to see you. Want to talk about Exxon?
The squeeze has a warning, so it might dip. It's changing now. What, buddy? Oh, what's Chris? Let's see if he's okay. Yeah, it's always on. Morning, ISIS.
Stocks that go up incrementally. Or we can focus on what the younger people are buying and offer some advice, create some friction with their buys.
Okay.
These are old GameStops.
I like
Don't you
it.
understand?
Well, all right. So you're saying something fairly negative then. You're kind of saying they've been memeified, aren't you?
100%.
I don't want to put words in your
100% they are. 100%. And we can sit here and agree, or we can say, you know what? These brokers are Circle. Look at Circle. Yeah,
I've looked at Circle. I've looked at CoreWeave as well, which is going to have $16 billion.
But this is what people Circle Internet. Wait, today it's down.
Yeah, it's down, but
this is what people. Paul, when I talk to younger people after they mention NVIDIA, thank you.
Yeah, I want to long, but not yet. I don't trust the bots. The bot's been messed up today. It's 4 alerts already in the morning. So it's too choppy. Yeah. It went long, short, long. Now it's at long at 8:57, which is, I don't know if it's that good or not.
But it doesn't.
And CPI is tomorrow, so I don't think we're gonna do anything today.
Philip Morris, Uber,
Yeah.
Netflix. I mean, there's a few Microns in there, KLA.
Best performing stock in the last 100 years is Philip.
Yeah.
But I
Well, there aren't a lot that are around 100 years.
True. But PMI has been amazing. I mean, they've got half the company.
Who voted no on the Phidias? Wow. Someone voted no.
Consumer, and we do have a third downgrade of McDonald's. In 3 days.
I'll take the 50% off.
Redburn today goes to sell. Argument, Jim, is that it's the value proposition, if we go into recession or get close to recession, is not what it used to be.
Okay, Kimchinsky is under fire because of
Oh
chicken
wow,
strips.
that pump.
And then next week, we'll get chicken strips with the wraps. You want to see how ugly the chicken strips are? Like ugly. They don't look like, I don't know, they look like amorphous octopuses or something. But
I don't think there's any news today or data.
if it doesn't sell, just the way they killed the Arches in 1996.
Yeah.
And people are really underrating Chris. He is a great CEO. But McDonald's has a history of getting rid of CEOs if they don't work, or getting rid of dishes if they don't work,
Or they get rid of themselves by doing some bad things.
Yeah.
Right? Remember Easterbrook? Yeah.
I chose to be a little more diplomatic.
Well, I think I
You are. You take a Musk-like attitude. I don't do that. I'm trying to be diplomatic here. I think that McDonald's is going to shrug off every one of these downgrades, and you have to buy the stock because Kimchinsky's just not going to sit there and say, "Oh man, these strips are bad, but let's just keep jamming them down the throat of the franchisees." That's not the way we're going. He looks at the show. He watches the show. He's saying, "Hey man, I don't know. It's a fourth downgrade. I don't know. It's hold, buy, not sell." He's smart.
Okay.
He's not on flow.
All right, I'm going to mark it down. 301. Jim said buy.
Go ahead and mark it down.
I marked it down. It's marked.
Don't care.
Now you're Musk.
You didn't mention Palantir yet.
No, I'm not going to get to Palantir. I want to.
I should have long at 30 earlier.
It's down about 6.5%. Their guidance calls
Yeah.
for EPS of now $8.50 to $9.50. That's the range, and its current consensus was $10.28. So that's about 11% year-over-year decrease at the midpoint. They do talk about tariffs and an impact of as much as 25 cents a share, but there's something more than that going on here, isn't there, Jim?
I think it might hit 22,000 today.
That was quite okay. So it's coffee. It's not clear what it is. I'll tell you what is clear.
Tell me.
$980 million impairment charge for Hostess Twinkies bought for $5.6 billion at the beginning of what's called GLP-1.
You warned them on that.
I told
It's a good long, this guy.
He said, don't do it. Don't do it. He said, buy Perplexity. No, you did tell him. You did.
I didn't tell him to buy Perplexity.
I'm kidding.
That's a nice pump.
Maybe they remember that. That was a joke.
I think the people want
This shit's spicy.
now pushing for that. One, that I have a 2% stake in Perplexity, and two, I'm trying to get everybody to buy Perplexity, including PepsiCo, in order to be able to diversify away from GLP-1 freedom.
There was an 80-cent hit on coffee demand to EPS.
Orders submitted. Orders submitted.
There was a piece about cutting prices in China yesterday.
I think
Order canceled.
they're way off their mark.
And then you mentioned GLP. We didn't touch Novo and this Parvis report.
Yeah. How could they be?
I went in and out on the short. Yeah.
You know, they were first mover. And then Lilly came on. Lilly, by the way, still a great stock. But maybe this is going to shake up Novo. We should put up the chart of Novo.
Yeah.
It's like that they take their hamburger.
Order submitted.
What would be one of the key things in an activist playbook, which is get rid of your CEO. They did it.
Order filled. Order
I'm
submitted.
sure what else plan is there? I don't know. I'm not playing with the activists.
The plan. How about better science? That would
Better science. They had great science. What are you talking about?
No, because they fell behind Lilly.
Well, not necessarily because of the science.
Well,
it was manufacturing.
Order canceled.
They didn't have enough to satisfy early demand, and then Lilly came along and did a better
It's
job.
stuck in this area.
Ricks, if you spend time with them, they have that's a chance for you. David Ricks, if you spend time with him, has a view of what should be done that ends with the pill that you take every day, no shot, and everyone's thinking this. Everyone thinks that Eli Lilly stock just okay, but everyone's thinking he doesn't have anything in the hopper. I gotta tell you, he's got.
Who's not thinking they don't have anything in the hospital?
Heart coming up. He's going to have Alzheimer's coming up. Oh boy.
Well, they've already listened. There's Lilly and everybody else. Come on. It's a $750 billion market cap versus everybody else.
It's a $1 trillion market cap. Ken Langone told me that. It's one of the largest investors in Lilly.
But you think it'll be more diverse than just diabetes and obesity?
Yeah, they have it. Oh my God. I think that the heart failure stuff that's coming out, I think that the blood pressure stuff that's coming out, will they talk about liquor? Yeah, I think that they don't want to, but the craving in liquor is suppressed. Gambling is suppressed. Biting nails is suppressed. Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, but there's going to be, I think, even dementia in the end.
Oh, interesting. While we're in
everyone's going to be taking this.
While we're in the space, RFK getting rid of these 17 members of the Vaccine Advisory Committee.
Ill-advised position.
Stocks, Pfizer's up marginally this morning.
mRNA is only down about 2%, but I mean it's taken hits. Obviously, it's down 33% this year from everything he's done over there.
Okay, so here I tried to get him to focus on food. I bet.
Yes, Jim. Not everybody listens to you. I know.
Nobody listens to me. My wife doesn't. One of my kids, no. No one listens to me.
Nobody.
Except for there was only one living creature that ever lived that listened to me.
Video listen to you.
Yeah, and the hell with the rest of them.
Yeah.
I don't care. Video listen to me.
Never did the
Get to 83 with a reshort.
Order submitted.
Complexity. They're not going to listen to you either.
So I should just be a reader. I should just be ready
What
to
up,
take
dude?
it over and really good generative AI.
Should.
That looks better than I do. No. I actually try to offer things.
You do.
I try to.
Nobody cares.
I bring a bazooka to a gunfight.
Speaking of all that, Jim,
Hey, you're not in top 10, Jenny?
Zuckerberg assembling a team of experts to achieve AGI.
Maybe the meta AI.
Oh, that Ninja Trader tournament.
Frustrated with the progress of Llama 4.
Damn, look at that drop.
I mean, listen, people's definition of what AGI is.
This market is ass. Damn, my short was good too. Cancel my short now.
Order canceled.
Super intelligence group. Because the intelligence group is not cutting it. I mean, I'm trying to do this calculation, really hard calculation. I don't even include meta AI because it's just a waste of my time to input the calculation.
The best mega cap tech stock of the year. So
Yeah, Chris said he's sick.
Disruption of the advertising market.
Yeah, probably got COVID.
Need any advertising firm to help it.
Damn.
You can just use all the AI tools.
What do you want a long? I want a long at around 800 or 810. I'm scared.
Not any, but very little. And what did you think about Governor Shapiro today talking about the belt, the AI belt around Pittsburgh?
Biggest capital investment in the history of the Commonwealth.
I thought that was incredible. By the
Damn.
way, the CFO.
It's Amazon.
Let me see. 15 minutes looks like still upside.
Like this 20 billion and 1,200 jobs.
Yeah.
That's full time.
Look at that. Now I'm back up.
People don't really want a data center. To construct them is a lot.
2,000 construction.
Alright, we hit 30 something again. I'm gonna be long.
people with conditions. And eventually that can only be
What's
wrong.
fish led one ink?
Yeah.
Dangerous, dirty, dope.
And then everything else too.
No, it doesn't.
And creative and white too.
It's obviously just and law and accounting and banking.
We had a big party sitting here. My stepson's engagement to a terrific woman, Caroline Wilkie, and I could not believe how much work my wife did to clean up after. And as I sat back and marveled at all the work she did, I thought there could be a robot doing that, and then I wouldn't get yelled at.
My spy foot's still green.
That day will come.
Right. So 30 can't happen fast enough for her to be able to see this.
So the young people who do event planning work and the catering stuff, is that over? What are you saying?
Yes. It's going to be new jobs. A lot of new jobs. You haven't thought of them. Nobody has.
Do you think a robot would have bought? Do you think a robot would have bought Hostess Twinkies?
No, they would have known better. They would have seen the GLP-1s coming and said, "No, don't do that."
Uncrustables are still doing well.
Warner Brothers Discovery is down another 4%. That is just not what you want to see when you announce. I did not announce a split that you've been thinking about for a long time. Having considered any number of other options, including some kind of crazy stuff they were at least thinking about. Double reverse Morris Trust, where they would have merged both things into other entities. But they went with this. I think maybe the lack of a capital structure, you don't know exactly how much leverage is going to be on one side versus the other, is giving pause to some investors who would otherwise say, okay, we can play now, maybe, but...
David said, now's not the time for that.
Right, because you've got to wait. I mean, Versant, we don't know specifically yet how much. That's obviously small.
It would be fantastic.
Looks like it might dip.
We do have the Morgan Stanley Financials Conference today. We've got presentations so far from Citi. Wells is out. Matt Tomasino is talking about green shoots in deals, momentum in commercial.
I think that it's Project Momentum over at Goldman. I think that they're doing incredibly well. I know David had been tepid about the deal flow, and that you also said that IPOs don't really matter. I kind of disagree with
Well,
that.
I don't mean to say they don't matter, but when you keep talking, you keep going to Goldman Sachs as though it's going to really, I don't know, you really think it would move the needle in a big way?
Yeah,
maybe,
I do.
Maybe.
Yeah, I do, because there's like 10 people left.
Right.
It's all about the ROE.
No, you're right. They make plenty of money from it. I think M&A activity there would move the needle. But for big, Morgan Stanley, obviously, it's important, but so much of their business now is not about that at all.
No, but how about that, with that $5 billion?
Oh, the XAI bond sale.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Having to enlarge their universe.
We didn't even talk about Microsoft and the war that must be going on with chat.
Did they go from being frenemies to just pure enemies?
Yeah, I think so. I think,
OpenAI and Microsoft.
That's a U.S.-China
so many different places now
Yeah.
and ways. That said, Microsoft is still a very significant owner of OpenAI.
Where revenue just is doubling.
And Microsoft stock acts quite well. Like, unbelievable.
Microsoft's going on 8 straight days of gains.
Incredible.
I don't know when they figure out their capital structure over there and what they're going to be.
But it's worth good public benefit, but not in Microsoft market cap.
OpenAI could be, who knows what it'll be worth.
I don't know, but I sold Alphabet too soon.
You did? You know what? Apple's still not buying Perplexity.
Yet.
I have just begun to fight.
Next time it dip, I'm gonna long.
For the time being, mild open, down 20, and we're up to 60-14 S&P. As we said, it's a quiet day for data. We will get a 3-year note auction at 1 as we get into some of these important tests of sentiment for the week. 10 years at 4.44. Don't go away.
Yeah, yes, it's going. My spy foot's red now.
Big thing. At Corient, management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more result. We treat your goals as our own.
Hey, and keep going.
Focus on the life you
I'm gonna try to reach short at 83.
custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Oh, you
What makes a Medicare
You
supplement
woke up, Gambit?
like an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare?
Fuck you. DM me at 4 o'clock in the morning, ho.
It's really smart.
The market is ass.
With its type of plan, see any doctor or visit any hospital that accepts Medicare patients. There are no networks. Your healthcare future will have more freedom.
Kept her doctor. And when I needed a specialist, no referrals needed, right? Bingo.
In fact, see any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona, my plan goes
Yeah. It dumped last night, like 200 points after it blew my shit out. Oh, you got that? Yeah, that's a good bounce though in the morning.
My husband and I can use our savings to do the things we want to do. I'm glad I don't have to shop for a new plan
Oh,
every
after
year.
hours.
That's right. Once you enroll, your coverage is guaranteed for as long as you keep this plan.
A lot of my PAs funded are red, so I gotta get back to green. Can't even do anything with this crappy price action.
Or just ask for this free guide. Benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare options. Year to year, 94% of members renew their plan. And Medicare supplement plans with the AARP.
Yeah, 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go up.
Endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards of service and quality. So give United Healthcare a call
Order
today
canceled.
and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Winnie, look at you. Thanks again for looking out for me. We're in this together.
An AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare. Smart now, really smart later. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, it's good.
Well, whether it's progress regarding crypto policy,
The 85 is hard.
or certainly the successful IPOs around stablecoins, Bitcoin's
Yeah.
having a decent year.
Good job. Good
Quarter
long.
to date, up almost 32%, almost back to, actually it was 110 earlier.
And there it is. That's another one of those areas that young people want. And we have to give it to all the derivatives of Bitcoin red line. All. And they're just, they trade them, they start
Orders
trading.
to order filled. Orders submitted.
Oh, quick short.
Pay much more attention to shipping.
Oh no.
After break.
Nice. Is that your top one?
Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform. Investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner. What's ahead? For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's
going.
by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beef brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to 85. 85.
Order canceled.
And I'm out. Yeah.
Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. Know which way. Order submitted.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100.
I'm not sure what's good.
1-800-502-0100. We take care
You get short and long, you're gonna make money.
Yes. It's really about empowerment. To manage your own money. He makes it easy for someone like me to understand how to invest my money properly. Booyah, Jim! Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join. It's a luxurious way to travel.
my job. And ZipRecruiter is on it. It finds
Long,
active
short, I'll make money.
the exact skills I'm looking for. Can't believe how I used to do it before. Do any of these candidates are qualified? Skills, wrong experience. Getting people who are the best fit for my roles. ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/try. Jim, stop drinking.
I gotta tell you what to play long or short. My TPT Pro is all red. Yeah, because of last night. 200 something each. No, like 200, something, just around 200. I was short and it pumped 150 points. So I blew the Phidias eval.
Look at that. That's what you call money.
Oh, I usually play 2. So I cut it when it's like 200 something on the funded, and then the eval, I was just trying to hold it and just blew. Eval, I don't care.
Because they're just so opaque.
Yeah, because it's only 25K.
This is 2035. What do we just ignore it? Do we just be robots like my partner over here? Thinks Disney's in a really big company? Robot.
Oh, did it? Oh, let me see. Oh, that 915, it went down to 730. Oh, so almost 200 points. Well, it said at at 11:30 our time, bought shorty at 21,915, and then NQ went all the way down to 732. Yeah. Dang. You caught it too?
He sure knows these parts well.
Yeah, that short was nice then.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are
Was it news? That's a nasty drop.
risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at
Dude, I went to bed like an hour before that. That's when I blew my eval.
Just choose from this list and meet as soon as tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Zip intro.
that's what got me, and then all that went away.
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. City Stakes experienced declining traffic and conversion rates. They came to
Yeah, we should remember Friday last week. I told you let's go get some Tesla. It was down like 14%.
by leveraging an omnichannel digital marketing strategy. KansasCityStakes.com.
Yeah, it was. We should have got it. I think it was up 7% yesterday and 2% today.
Digital marketing solutions. Go to AmericanEagle.com.
Yeah, because of Elon. But let's say Elon deleted those tweets. Chicken out. For the Epstein thing, yeah.
Life is always changing, and their love adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next, and tomorrow a new look entirely.
Well, they can't because he was an ex-president. They don't want to mess with any president or ex-president. Just give USA a bad name.
Supporting your heart through circulation, blood flow, healthy blood pressure, and energy, with clinically researched ingredients backed by science.
Yeah.
Get started today at livehuman.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes.
I just did
So many options. She's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she moving?
Later, buddy.
welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Streaming at CNBC.com.
Yeah, no directions.
These guys are on a major collision course.
Oh, that's what it. That's a delay. Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are higher again today after an up close yesterday. If you look at the major
I was down a lot on Apex last night too. I was down like 800 last night on Apex on my funded. Now I got it down to negative 300, so it's not bad. Negative 800? No, not 300K.
Tomorrow, and then the big on the 30-year auction on Thursday. People are scrutinizing these sentiment indicators for the bond market overall. Utilities, industrials, financials, and staples are underperforming today. Energy is actually one of your best performing sectors right now, along with communication services and healthcare. Coming up this hour, Goldman Sachs chief U.S. equity strategist David Kostin joins us with his outlook for the market as the major averages flirt with record highs. Plus, Bob Iger on the record will bring you highlights from David Faber's interview with the Disney chief, following news that the company has come to terms with Comcast to buy out its Hulu stake. But first, we're 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching. IBM announcing plans to build a large-scale quantum computer by 2029 called IBM Quantum Starlink. It will be based out of New York, have 20,000 times more operations than current quantum computers, according to the company. Smucker's under pressure after posting weak numbers and guidance. The company citing tariffs and changing consumer behavior as concerns.
Oh, that's your eval? Oh my, you blew it?
Those shares are popping after top and bottom line beat.
I thought you only needed 1,500 to pass. Damn.
Strength from high-income consumers, those making over $100,000 a year. And even on the low end, we're seeing that traffic is hanging in there. With Smuckers, it's more.
I think the start is better though. Cause you get more DD on the starter.
Afraid to show my ignorance, so.
No, that's the starter plus. So you only have 2,000 DD. Yeah, the normal starter you get 2,500, but then you have DLL.
Eat breakfast pizza. You know I eat pizza anytime. But Casey's General's done a really good job catering to a younger consumer and staying on trend. We've interviewed the CEO before. It's
killing that one.
The sweet spot. Unlike say Smuckers with Hostess and Lunchables, which are just not getting.
I don't know why Doc stopped using it. He was milking it before.
Today, what we're watching as far as how the economy is doing is small business. Small business is the engine of the economy, and we got a small business optimism survey. And guess what?
Yeah.
It perked up a little bit. Don't want to play too much into it. And it definitely, sort of leans in the pro-Trump era, region in terms of small businesses, but it declined sharply on the back of the tariff announcements, confidence that is, and it's coming back a little bit. And if you go through some of the components, guys, of small business survey, and this is soft data, this is what they're, responding to, it plans to increase employment, down 1 from last month. So not a big drop off there. And in fact, we saw nice increases and plans to make capital outlays. Remember all the concern that small businesses are going to pull back on spending because they're so worried about tariffs. Guess what? Came back a little bit. Economy to improve. 25% of small businesses say they expect the economy to improve. And that was an increase from the last month. They even think it's a good time to expand a little more. I don't want to, it's not like overwhelming optimism here, but it is.
Yeah, no news today. It's gonna be flat today because of CPI, or just chop.
Things are looking up.
Yeah. I'm gonna YOLO tomorrow with Tradeify.
Even some of the consumer confidence surveys perked up. So de-escalation and trade tensions, that helps. It goes a long way.
The CPI drop? I hope so. I still have my SPY puts.
Day 2 of these talks between the United States and the Chinese. Nick yesterday seemed to suggest that they're spending a lot of time together.
No. I'm green still, like up $2.
Market loves the negotiating, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. Just need a big dump on CPI. If not, if it pumps, I'm just gonna hold for September. 'Cause September's really bad for market.
So much heading into the holiday season because it's really hard to just divert shipments away from China.
Dude, I can't trade like this. Stuck in this range.
10% more, for instance, from places like Vietnam. But you know, these China talks matter, but there is an air of optimism in it, which is why the market continues to climb the wall of worry around tariffs.
Definitely happening today. Speaking of the broader market, let's bring in Goldman Sachs Chief U.S. Equity Strategist David Costin, who joins us here on set. David, good to see you. Welcome. Good morning. Nice to see you. Are you sensing a legitimate reason for the market to grind higher?
Well, near term, there is some concern about the tariff uncertainty, but people generally optimistic on the prospect that that's going to be resolved in a positive way. And so longer term, our expectation is the market probably rises maybe 9% or so, high single digit, maybe 10% when you include dividends over the next year. But near term, there's some uncertainty, and not surprising, the market has rebounded pretty.
You woke up early for being late sleeping.
Are you looking for the hard data to start to reflect the weak soft data of the last month or two?
Well, the equity market traditionally trades more on the soft data than on the hard data. And the
Same
expectation
here.
is that soft data, some of that may be turning. So I referenced the small business optimism as an example, so surveys. But the hard data is expected to weaken in the next, our economics team is expecting that to be weak in the next sort of month or so.
I always sleep like 5 hours.
Mid part of June, you look out over the next sort of month to 2 months, we still have some uncertainty on that extension of the tariff. That delayed implementation goes through the early part of July. You have earnings season, which will start July 11th through our first week of August. So that's uncertainty exactly what the pricing actions would be.
No, I have to wake her up. She sleeps in a lot. I'm a morning guy.
Month to 2 months, you get weaker, you get uncertainty around the earnings. The blackout period of the company share purchases basically ends later this week or early part of next week in terms of the month before earnings season, when companies are able to still repurchase discretionarily their shares. So these are some of the variables and signposts we're looking at, clients are looking at. Look out further to next year. Economy is likely to continue to grow. Don't have a recession in the forecast. It's not the base case. And therefore, we've got earnings growth, 7% this year, another 7% next year. That lifts the market to around 6,500. 6,500 is roughly up nearly 10%. That's kind of the framework as we talk about with clients.
So where do you think tariff rate? We're kind of under a month here into the 90-day deadline to make a bunch of trade deals, and we haven't seen much on that front, the UK. So how do you factor in what that's going to do to margins?
So we think about it from a level perspective. The margins, effective margins in the United States averaged around 3% last year, and our economics team is modeling in something around 16% this, well, really once those get implemented, probably 16%, about a 13%
effective tariff rate.
That's the effective tariff.
Let me know if you're long or short. I don't know what to do.
Is around companies that have been able to generate high and stable gross margins. And so the idea, Sarah, would be those companies who have demonstrated over the past decade their ability to maintain those high margins. You look at some of the companies, Kroger is an example of a company who's done that. You can look at GE Vernova. You can think about companies like Salesforce.
Whoa, fish.
IBM. These are companies that have demonstrated high and stable gross margins over a period of time, and we think that's a best indicator.
I mean, he's holding, bag holding. Oh, he's long. Let's see if this long is good or not. 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go up. I do want a long. I should just jump in. Let's see. Nice. Wait for a little more job.
Do that. So in our conversations, and I spend a good amount of my time with corporate management, it's a question about whether the consumer will trade down from a branded product to a private label product. That's a way of having a product substitution, not having to pay the premium if you want the tariffs, and so you get a similar product at a same price, basically, as you had before. That would be one behavioral response to the tariff, as an example, on the on the retail side. And we hear that from some larger producers right now.
So when you spend time with these corporate managements, David, I'm just curious, like, what's your sense in terms of their optimism?
Yeah, we should go long at 50.
When it comes to tariffs and or what
So 3 minutes looks good.
Well, they're concerned about the uncertainty. Is really the bit of a frustration and a willingness or unwillingness, if you will, to provide guidance for the second part of the year. And so there's the different perspectives on how do they maintain their guidance, assuming the experience in the first quarter. Do they just comment on the second quarter, not give a comment about the rest of the year in terms of the second half? So companies are sort of adjusting to that reality, which is we don't really know what those final tariffs will be. I think a lot of people expect 10% as a universal tariff. Likely to be some settling out point. There's some other adjustments. It's fiscal and tax front, a lot of uncertainty around that. So companies have been somewhat reluctant to commit to major capital expenditure projects. And even the idea of China plus one production facility is about other countries. Well, which countries should be decided? How do you think about that from a long-term perspective? So I think that's the dynamic around what we're seeing. And then there's the question of what AI could do. Could the impact of tariffs, things like that's more a goods product, but is AI another way of enhancing or maintaining the margin? Right. That's a central discussion point we have with clients.
Finally, are you using AI a lot in your modeling right now?
We are not. We are experimenting with some of the processes, but right now, from a concern about basically copyright infringement, so hallucinations, there's still some reservations.
Oh, nice
using
bump.
it inside sort of the gold membrane, as I say, sort of clearly aren't necessarily going into the wider world. We're beta testing some things, but thus far, in terms of our area within portfolio strategy, we have not yet done.
What are you hearing from some of those corporations you mentioned as well? Are they perhaps starting to use it more in the enterprise and seeing the potential efficiencies manifest?
So the surveys thus far show that in a mid-single-digit number of companies have actually adopted or are using AI. Now we can define AI in different ways. How you define that? Maybe in the next 6 months, the Atlanta Fed did a survey. Maybe 10% of companies will incorporate that. Where are we seeing the examples? Typically involves a chatbot or something that would perhaps have fewer human or personal interactions, and maybe more of that can be directed towards the technology, and that's sort of an AI version of that. Some standardization of their contracts with their vendors, that's another example we get. So thus far, we've not seen, or I've not certainly had conversations about major revenue drivers, nor have I seen major examples of companies from a margin perspective. And those are the two transmission mechanisms that you would think about from an AI perspective, to see those two areas. Now, we've got a basket of companies that are basically leveraged to that story. And one of the challenges, David, is that most companies' data isn't structured in a way to, you have a procurement team,
Trying to
sales
short
team,
this
order,
part.
different orders, data in different structures. So the companies who are helping to codify and standardize the data, then it can be applied to AI. There's other areas of Goldman Sachs that are actually quite actively engaged in this, but with respect to the research department, that's pretty good.
It's all you. All you and your friends.
Yes. David, it's a question we'll be asking with every passing earnings season. Good to see you. Thanks.
Nice to see you.
David Costa. We're getting a news alert on Alphabet and OpenAI this morning. According to Reuters, OpenAI is planning to add Alphabet's Google Cloud service to meet its growing needs for computing capacity. That's an interesting move, given that Google is deeply involved
That's a
in
good
its
short.
own AI efforts, obviously. The report notes that the partnership is also a way for OpenAI to diversify beyond its reliance on Microsoft's compute power. But regardless, this is going to be a form of Sarah, on Alphabet shares, which we know had some difficult times in April.
Well, it's just so interesting to see competitors, partner, frenemies, right? Because they compete with OpenAI on DeepMind, and they compete on search, as people are increasingly turning to search on ChatGPT, and then Google, Alphabet, and Microsoft compete, obviously. So it's just interesting to see all these relationships form and these partnerships in the race.
I mean, what it also tells you, of course, is the enormous need for compute at OpenAI. When you think about the various applications they introduce and just what that requires in terms of compute. Clearly, Sam Altman's going anywhere he possibly can to find it, including to, as you point out, a competitor in terms of the actual products
that they have in the marketplace.
Yeah,
But
and more
they got
than we often talk
to
about.
Google with the cloud. So.
We often talk about it as an existential threat to its search business.
Yes, we do.
What's happening
And
there?
I think that they might not want to actually allow them, to do it.
I guess in the race for compute, Google Cloud.
Interesting decision on that one.
Both companies declining comment there. Here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Did Apple drop the ball on AI? The lack of news from its developer conference left a number of analysts wanting more, but some still found reasons to be bullish. We're going to talk to one expert who sees the glass half full take here.
Plus, why Disney CEO Bob Iger says his company's streaming strategy will give it the upper hand against competitors. This follows news, of course, of the finalized terms to buy out Comcast stake in Hulu.
And the Lord of the Rings. We'll talk to the CEO of Aura, which makes the popular Aura Ring health tracker, about being named to this year's CNBC Disruptor 50 list. As the big hour's Walk on the Street continues.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options, now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for
Yep. Boring. I need to trade my TPT.
Finding the things you and your family need to be well is kind of a big deal.
If it did go long, because 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go up more.
Check out extra big deals at CVS. Extra Care members get extra big savings on more of what matters most every 2 weeks. It doesn't get extra bigger than that. Shop tons of extra big deals at CVS today.
I'm looking for 50 and I'll go long.
For yourself, brand this thing who you want to be. People are going to like you. People are going to hate you regardless of what you do. So don't be afraid. Just be real.
Makes us us.
Welcome back. Disney says it's going to pay Comcast about $439 million. This will allow it to take full control of Hulu after a lengthy period of time, and with both companies, that is Comcast with once on 33%, Disney with on the rest, we're arguing about or having different valuations of
CES? No, it's January next year. September is when they open up so you can register your company. Yeah.
additional payment than perhaps many had anticipated. I did speak with Disney CEO Bob Iger last hour about that deal, and more so as well about the company's approach to cable networks and streaming, given, of course, the differentiation that's taking place in strategy between, for example, Warner Brothers Discovery that yesterday decided to cleave off its cable networks into a separate company, and Disney, which decided otherwise.
After a pretty lengthy process internally, and really taking
Oh, is it already
a
out?
look at what these properties could mean to us long term, we decided
How is
that
it?
the
I don't want to
best
mess with it.
course for us to take was to not only hold on to Hulu and buy in its entirety, but also to hold on to linear television networks. and to integrate them seamlessly with our streaming business. Because what that has enabled us to do is, one, aggregate revenue, both on the sub fee side and on the advertising
Dang, I
side.
gotta pee.
So there is still enough linear television subscribers to generate a significant amount of revenue in both cases, in advertising and in subscription fees. We program them seamlessly. We manage them in one organization, and so there's been great economies of scale in doing that. We also aggregate audiences for marketing purposes. And so what we've determined is the combination of both is actually a winning combination for us. It's one of the things that's enabled us to turn the streaming business around from a huge loss to profitability. And over the next several years, it will enable us to grow margins significantly on the streaming side because, again, the ability to amortize program costs and the ability to essentially aggregate audiences and revenue. So we're pleased with the direction we're going. Look, it's also interesting to us that as many others exit that business, I think it gives us a stronger hand to stay in that business. You know, we're very focused. We will have, interestingly enough, a linear television business that's paired with a streaming business. So when you think about it, these spin-off companies won't have the assets from a streaming perspective that we will have.
What are you seeing on the ground right now? The parks. A decent reflection in terms of the consumer right now. Continues to be strong, Bob?
To go for this year, and I'll only say that so far so good. Our trajectory in terms of the results this year in that business is very positive. We've not really seen issues, as we said in the second quarter.
Follow the button, go long.
Issues that in any way would prevent us from continuing to grow that business.
So
As I follow the button, go long. So hit 52, I'm gonna go long.
That they don't see any love. I thought it was interesting. That's what he had to say about obviously a very different decision-making tree ultimately than our parent company Comcast.
Man, long looks good.
And of course Warner
For
Bros.
now.
Discovery, which decided to let their cable networks sort of fend for themselves.
3 minutes, 15
And he
minutes.
does have ABC.
Looks good.
And again, you can go back to that interview we did in Sun Valley where he said everything's on the table. Got a lot of attention on it at the time, including ABC, Carl, which clearly now is going to stay. It would seem from those comments a part of Disney for quite some time to come.
And that got reflected pretty quickly after that interview, how they kind of like existing in multiple neighborhoods. There's a lot of people who rely on linear TV in this country.
There are. And again, you heard him explain all of the different ways that they believe there's benefits to having streaming coupled with many of these networks that still do pull in a good amount of cash flow, despite obviously the continued declines year over year.
And said that it was one reason actually that they've seen progress and profitability in the streaming networks, which has been a big point of contention for investors, right? And
yeah, I mean, direct to consumer turned to $36 million in operating income last quarter. And obviously, you can annualize that. And that's going to continue to grow. They did see some declines. I did ask him towards the very end of the interview as well if they would actually dispatch with sharing sub numbers the way that Netflix has, and he did seem to indicate that that would be forthcoming at some point, but not yet.
They got their money's worth, it seems, on this one. Loop Capital goes to 130, right? Looking at some of the multiples on the SVOD part of the streaming service of what, 3 to 4 or so?
Yeah.
Versus a Netflix 12 times trailing revenue?
Yeah, I mean, Comcast went into this, again, this arbitration, so to speak, with very high expectations that there might be an additional check beyond the $8.5 or so billion already. That might be $4 or $5 billion more. So they came out far lower. I mean, the overall value is somewhere around $30 billion for Hulu. Comcast said it's worth at least $40 billion. To your point, in terms of multiples, Carl. And now you're going to have one seamless product. Of course, he also talked about. So it'll be Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus all together for one bundled price there. So make sure you take advantage of that. Instead of
I'm already a Hulu user.
I know you're probably paying. I gotta
pay separately.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotta get the discount.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder what the valuation though of that says about some of it. Does it say anything about the other streaming valuations? Peacock has now what, 37 million users.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
Although this check is going to pay for the vast majority of Peacock's losses over time, right?
The overall money, yes, almost $9 billion. Yes, that's true.
Dang, I haven't got a payout in like over a week now.
Junior's move to dismiss The entire CDC vaccine advisory.
No, 2 or 3 weeks, but man.
Davis just now at the Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, I haven't got it since the Vegas trip. Maybe August. They broke my sofa bed. Yeah, it cost me $1,000 just to replace the sofa bed. No, because the property manager said no, it's because of wear and tear. Yeah, so I gotta buy it.
The current group are, and there are a lot of questions yet to be answered. We need to see how it plays out, but I give it back.
No, they buy it and they'll send the people to remove the old one and put the new one in. They just deduct from my profit.
Piece of this for him, which is that they
I mean, yeah, it's making money. I'm not losing money.
in 2 weeks. We are expecting the
Yeah, you don't really make big money until you sell the condo. So I'm waiting for the baseball stadium to be done. Then it might go up. Yeah, if I can double it, you know what I mean? 400 to 700, 800. I'm out. Yeah, for a long time. Because I can get free hotels at all those Vegas casinos just because you spend a lot, you know?
Right. I think there are questions, and of course, those things can be debated, but I think it's just the extent to which you're seeing this happen, right? He didn't just fire a couple people or say, we're going to.
No, I won't live there in Vegas. Because HOA is a lot. It's $2,200 a month for HOA on a condo. Yeah, so I'll just get a house if I'm paying that much. You know what I mean?
And actually do believe in vaccines or are supportive of them. See people.
Oh yeah, the houses are nice in the rich area. It's really nice. I actually like Vegas more. Yeah. I'll get my coffee.
These are scientists, experts in vaccine policy, and so just removing them all at once causes a lot of concern.
Yeah, well, one thing that he said is that he just wants to put people in place that don't have conflict of interest, like ties to the farmers.
They don't have conflict of interest, as I understand it. Isn't that right, Angelica? Aren't they? Isn't that already taken care of in terms of when they're actually seated?
They are supposed to disclose any conflicts and say they're voting on a vaccine where they have involvement. They are supposed to recuse themselves, and you can find that all online. I've been looking, and there's only 3 in 2024. 3 disclosures, and a few of them were from, one member who was involved in some of the Pfizer clinical trials, for example. And that member did recuse herself on any of the votes pertaining to some of those vaccines. So there are systems to make sure that there aren't conflicts, but it's not like these people are, taking millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry. And oftentimes you do find that some of the top experts in the field are working on these clinical trials because those are some of the most, prestigious positions to hold.
I mean, RK Jr. said in the Wall Street Journal, many of these members have received substantial funding from pharmaceutical companies, including those marketing vaccines. So I guess that is something to dig into.
Yeah, if they have not disclosed that I have seen, but I'll dig in further and let you know if I find anything.
At least you made enough on your TPT for another payout, right? Or no?
Tim Cook and company testing the patience of the Apple
Nice.
faithful after what's being called an underwhelming developers conference. But our next guest says the stock is still a buy. We're going to hear the bull case next. Plus, sports betting about to get more expensive, at least in one state. We'll tell you where and why later this hour.
Yeah, that's when it's good. Dang. Lynn is killing it. Yeah. Let's hope Apex pay out.
I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, You can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com.
Yeah,
And in
I
just
can't do
seconds,
that.
you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected. For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy
What's
might
up?
be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance.
I'm gonna do the Phidias giveaway soon, about 30 minutes, because it's nothing to do. What's up? How you doing? I'm red. Yeah. It's not too bad. Are you green? Nice. This market just so bad right now. Yeah. I'm just eating. My fat ass is eating. Toast and salmon. Smoked salmon. Yeah, it's breakfast, man. White people. Well, she made me food and I have to eat. Can't throw it away. I'm trying to be on a diet. No, he doesn't. No, he sounds Mexican.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Instance of recouping all of its April losses, turning positive today, helping the group to order submitted. Phidias, Microsoft, of course, and Meta, all up 20% or more.
White trash?
Microsoft shares touching all-time highs, up some 8 days in a row. But Apple, of course, notably sitting out the comeback, the only name in the group that's slower. Order canceled.
I'm just shorting. Yeah, I was just shorting it. See, my funded, I can do good. Market sucks. Yeah, I think it's gonna chop into CPI tomorrow. Check 3 minutes. Yeah, it's still got more upside in the 3 minutes. Not much longer, but I think we'll pump a little bit more, then we're gonna dip.
To Apple and making a big design change. It's a very back to basics kind of WWDC where we're not stepping out in front of new product announcements, potential for upgrade cycles. And so I think that they delivered what they needed to deliver while showing that they're still very relevant to the AI at the edge roadmap, which I think is the most important thing for them to convince investors and to convince the developer community that they are not lagging behind. Eventually getting there with AI. And so putting all the kind of steps in place to get you finally to an AI at the edge outcome for Apple is I think what they've done kind of well at this WWDC. Now, if you
Hey, Gambit, did Apple say anything about the iPhone yesterday or no?
The key things that you have to think about.
Their watch sucks.
We fully believe that will be the case, although it's taking a little longer than expected. The second thing
Software
is that
only.
it opens up whole new TAMs for Apple. It's about $1 trillion TAM.
Oh, you don't have an iPhone?
Services that Apple is not a part of today.
Whoa, Apex looks weird when you log in. What? I got in.
These are some of the underpinnings of our
Ah, Apex is, yeah, it looks funny. Okay, now it's better now. It's normal now. It was weird.
Yeah, I think that the AI at the edge case really resides on being able to make AI part of your daily
Hello.
process, right? The delay is in the fact that the tools that are being offered today by ChatGPT or others with like LLMs are things where you're able to get very interesting, like what you put in ChatGPT is absolutely very compelling. Apple
Aren't you
doesn't
eating?
have an equivalent of that as of yet, right? And part of
Sounds
the
like you
reason is
eating.
they're focused on delivering this in a privacy-centric way and
Yuck.
doing it through their view of Apple intelligence, which is
Yuck.
something that I think users would eventually appreciate. And while it is still early days on that, I do believe that they're putting those points in place so that they have a roadmap to get there eventually. When you think about the tools that are required, right? So you need sort of faster chips, you need faster memory.
Stupid.
They're working on all those things at the back end because a lot of this is on device processing. And so to get there, you need device capabilities, you need tech sort of step function changes. And those are the things that you will see in iPhones as you look over the next couple of years. And then it just becomes natural to ask Siri eventually for what you would like to do, whether it's ordering something on Amazon, whether it be booking a rideshare. And those are things that just become part of the process of how we use the phone. That I think is
You
why
need to
AI
stream
will
that
be
so we can see it.
dominated by Apple, because it's just going to become part of how we do things.
Well, in the meantime, the liquid glass is pretty cool.
I can't get on Top Step, man. I don't. I'm scared it's Top Step. Oh, Bookmap guy. Oh, I'm looking up.
Let's get a CBC News update now. Savannah Hernandez for Savannah.
Trump defended his decision this morning to send National Guard
Can you link me his YouTube? Can you link me his YouTube?
Federal immigration rates. Defense Secretary Phidias is facing a House subcommittee today in his first congressional testimony since he was confirmed as the Pentagon chief, and for the first time since he shared sensitive military information on a signal chat. Hegseth will take part in 3 separate hearings over the next week to testify about next year's military budget. And a nearly year-long strike of Hollywood video game performers could be over soon.
I don't know how you read this.
Tentative contract with several video game companies, but it still needs a vote before it's ratified.
Which one I'm looking at, left side or right side?
Studios over artificial intelligence protections. The union says the deal is necessary AI guardrails.
So 880. There's 210. How you know which one to sell and buy?
Sports bets and more could be coming. We'll talk about how much.
Wait, was that you?
Next. And CNBC is out with a the 50 list, ranking the world's top private companies. We're going to catch up with
I can't. I'm colorblind. I see red. Is that what you're looking for? They're all the same color. Uh-huh.
Agriculture is the main life in Sussex County.
Yeah.
We were being left behind. Everybody around us see the
Okay, look at 845. To the right, you see the 253 and 348. What is that?
High-speed internet's one of those good things that we needed to help us move our farming, our small businesses.
It has to be something to be there. Hey, Phidias is on. Hold on.
Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safe. So you can
We can start the giveaway.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Red.
Alright, let me start this giveaway real
They know
quick.
what I want even before I do. A home
Here
that's
we go.
just right.
Yeah. Yeah. When logic bends, when certainty's shelter.
Yeah, I saw it, Doc.
Which way do you turn? Beyond the headlines. A trusted global
Good luck, guys. 30 minutes. You gotta teach me that book map later, okay? Oh, you learn it from YouTube? Oh.
Or commissions.
Oh, let's see if we can have 50% off. Hold on, I'm gonna ask Phidias so we can do 50% off. It's all paid. It's not free. How much is it? $1,000? Oh, that's a lot. I am.
FanDuel introducing a new charge on sports bets in Illinois, and more in the industry could follow soon.
Yeah.
Tessa Brewer's here. She has the details for us. I know there's been a lot of focus on this.
Seems like there's been waiting and watching to see what's going to happen
The-
because the state
The big
taxes
balloon?
really matter to the margins that these companies, I mean, they invest all this money. If they give it all away in taxes, it's like, what's worth this? But now FanDuel's going to add the 50-cent surcharge to every wager made in Illinois to mitigate the impact of new taxes that the state just instituted with its new budget, which disproportionately affects FanDuel and DraftKings. And here's why. The new tax puts a 25-cent charge on each of the first 20
Does it
million
help, though?
wagers a sportsbook accepts. And then after that, it jumps to 50 cents a wager. But only FanDuel and DraftKings reach that level. Combined, they have about 75% of the market in Illinois. Citizens gaming analyst Jordan Bender estimates that new transaction
Ooh.
fee translates to $79 million.
Please be Project X.
5.4% of EBITDA, or $86 million for FanDuel. And that is on top of an onerous progressive tax passed last year, which leaves the most successful sports books paying 40% taxes, up from 15%. When that passed, DraftKings said, okay, we're going to just pass along the cost to our consumers. And oh my gosh, there was such massive backlash. So they reversed course. Now FanDuel has picked up the gauntlet.
You can have 15 accounts, but you can have 15 accounts though. Funded. Yeah.
This fee is going to motivate gamblers to
Yeah.
unregulated operators who don't even pay taxes. They don't have the same consumer protection.
Well, they have the certain date, I think on the 20th to the 25th when you get a payout.
$2 on your sports bet, 50%
Yeah.
charge, or not percent, 50-cent charge.
And it's like you can trade and get payout without, you know, getting denied or worry about if, you know, like how Apex does it.
I think here's why they're going to look for who's charging, who's not
So that's
charging.
it's really
Also,
good.
Is it an opportunity for the smaller sports books to pick up some of those customers, or is it all the offshore operators who do this? By the way, other states are considering it. Maryland, Indiana, is New Jersey going to raise it? All right, Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer, after the break, the CEO of Smart Ring.
Yeah, they get Project X, it's gonna be huge.
On how the company is harnessing AI for healthcare. Plus, McDonald's just getting a rare double downgrade.
So don't short yet. I've been shorting at 85 and it's been working.
right, left, inside out. Sometimes how to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The economist. Know which way is up.
stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you.
I can't get to 900 anymore.
It's like, wow, on measurable and being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have any of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com. $600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from big wireless to
Is that your stomach growling?
So why don't you pick up your phone?
You hungry? That was Gambit. He's hungry. You didn't eat last night, dude?
See how we can cut your bill. Get 2 unlimited lines.
You went Chipotle? That's why.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, jobs done well at Public Rec. We develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker hats, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's month. More comfortable.
Yeah, I'm trying to short again. 85. Let's see.
It's always changing. But with the right perspective,
Oops, wrong button.
it's a work. It's a show.
Sure. Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
When I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Qunol CoQ10.
Order filled.
Qunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Some always.
Order submitted.
I've respected over the years, Karen and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
I think these stablecoins are actually going to be the savior of dollar that you make it, not a detractor from it.
He did not.
CNBC's Disruptor 50 list is out. Joining us this morning is our Julia Borston here at Post 9, along with Tom Hale, CEO of Mora, which came in at number 23 on this year's list. One of our favorite times of year. JB, take it away.
It's great to be
Order
here. And
canceled.
thanks so much for joining us to talk about Mora and your growth and expansion over the past year.
Yes, I did. I made some money. Yep, there we go.
New features for metabolic health,
Um,
women's health, and also a big push into glucose monitoring.
Almost green on this. Yeah, the 85, it's keep going down after that. I was down 200 on these. Yeah. Except for the one I want green is the last one. That's the one closest to payout. Yeah. Yeah.
The vision for the future for Mora has to do with the doctor in your pocket. Good and simple. Everyone already has, a supercomputer. Everyone should have a wearable device which is monitoring them continuously that just fits into their life.
$8.99. Is it a sell or buy? Can't tell. Where is? Oh yeah, I see it. 60. Oh, so 607. That's a buy. Okay. So COB is a buy and CVP is a sell. Oh, okay.
Can you continue adding more features?
Okay, gotcha.
Well, certainly, I think we believe that the ring can continue to sense all sorts of important things, and we want to push the envelope on sensing. There are some things that, like today, you just can't do. So, for example, to get an accurate blood sugar reading, you need a sensor on the body. The reality is that you don't need to know that information every day. You need to learn what behaviors, what foods drive your blood sugar, and then you can make adjustments to your lifestyle to help live a healthier life. So I think think we'd see a world where you might be using some sensor for some amount of time to learn some lesson, but the device you're going to have on your body to monitor your sleep, your activity, your overall health, make predictions about your health will be the Aura Ring.
We are seeing this
I'll
space
just
get
wait.
so much more crowded though. Samsung launched a ring last year. Meta has its smart glasses, which could be used for various health features, certainly for health coaching. Who do you see as your biggest competition right now?
You know, the biggest competition we have is people just not being aware of the benefits of the Aura Ring. We're still early days in this category, and people are learning a lot about how a ring can be a great preventative health companion. We have seen some imitators, and that's fine. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But at this
Fake
point,
Bugatti.
it's further and farther innovations that are going to blow people's minds. I think you'll see this with our ability to actually make a prediction about what it is that you eat. Today, you take your phone out, you take a photo of what it is that you're eating, and we're going to tell you what impact that's going to have on your body. That's really just what
What is your edge, or what is your moat as we continue to see the competition? I was telling Julia, my husband wears the Whoop, and he really likes that, and that tracks, blood sugars and all these other things. So,
YouTube?
what is it that you do that nobody else can do?
Oh no.
Well, just to be clear, the Whoop doesn't track blood sugar at all. I don't think there's a device that does that. It's pretty important to understand that where you measure on the human body really matters. And the Aura Ring measuring on the finger, that is the most accurate site for you to measure your biometrics. Think about it. When you go into the hospital, they don't put a sensor on the back of your wrist where there's hair and bone and sinew. They put it on the tip of your finger.
Oh, that's him?
So the accuracy is the most important thing. But as you
No way. How do you know? How do you know?
interesting development. Let's talk about food, for example. So the things that you eat have an impact on your biology. If you can actually look and see that impact, you can actually make a prediction
That's
about
cool.
what foods you should eat and what foods affect you positively and negatively, how they show up your biomarkers, and that can actually change your behavior. By the way, eating food is one of the things that we do more frequently than any other health behavior, whether it's sleeping or going to the gym. I don't know about you, but I eat food 2 or 3 times a day, but I only go to the gym about 2 or 3 times a week. So we're really focused on the things that matter that are going to change your health picture, and food is one of them.
So, Tom, quick question as we wrap up here. You made some acquisitions. You're talking about really wanting to be the health device. What's your future? Are you thinking
Yeah,
about
hoping to
IPO?
get some movement, or it's gonna chop.
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that this business is really just going great. I've been in the business 8 quarters of this business have been outstanding. I think it was a year ago we announced 2.5 million rings shipped. Since that time, we've roughly doubled the business, and we continue to grow even though we're at a massive scale. Last year, we announced we were going to do about $500 million in revenue. I'll let you predict what you think that number is going to be this year, but it's definitely going to be a lot larger than last year. Now, what that means in terms of an IPO, I think really, honestly, we've got some catching up to do before we're ready to be a public company. We can be public whenever we want. It's really a question, what's the right timing and what's right for the business and what's right
And
for
his
the
YouTube ads on Alex thing.
Thanks so much, Tom. Really appreciate it. Congrats on being number 23 in this year's Disruptor 50.
See, that 640 is gone. On the 899. Yeah, it's gone.
Eastern time for number 8 on the list, the co-founder and CEO of Phidias. Julie, thanks.
Just slashing its rating on McDonald's to sell from buy for a surprising reason. We've got the details when Squawk on the Street returns.
So Lucid new dashboard is gonna be pretty cool. Lucid, they have a new dashboard coming out. They're still working on it. It won't. By then, it's gonna short. You know what I mean? If it drops too much. Because the 3 minutes is near top now, and then 15 minutes is getting there. So I don't think long's gonna be good anymore if it's not gonna go up.
759-4477.
These bills are crazy.
She's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Find out if you're
It's gonna storm again, Gambit.
760-100.
Wave in AI. San Francisco, inside the transformative world of artificial intelligence. Who's winning the race? Where are the next big investments? Closing today, 3 p.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. It's always bigger in Texas. Round of golf. It's stunning.
Things you and your family need to do well is kind of a big deal. Finding ways to save on those things is an extra big deal. Check out extra big deals at CVS.
Oh shit, it's going down. I don't want it long anymore. 3 minutes look like it's gonna drop more. I might short. I think I'm gonna short.
Order submitted.
Okay, short at 65. I'll get out at 60.
Welcome back. McDonald's under some pressure. A rare double downgrade of the stock by Redburn today to sell from buy. It only accelerating on the street right now. That's according to FactSet.
Hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to go down.
Alongside an already stretched U.S. consumer. This is the third downgrade of the stock just 2 or 3 days. Shares now pacing for their 7th down day in a row, which would be their longest losing streak since 2013. The thesis around this particular downgrade is that the core value proposition, they argue, is eroding at McDonald's. Normally it does pretty well in recessionary environments. They think its defensiveness is losing some power.
Well, I mean, it's all about consumers' perception of value right now. I've learned that from some of the consumer
There we go.
companies
Drop it,
that
baby.
I cover. Is McDonald's not seen?
Fish flat.
They made menu price changes right over the last year to try to meet consumers where they are. What's going on? Why the questions now?
We'll see. I mean, they've tried to make some efforts in value, but obviously McDonald's benefits the most with there's an inflationary factor.
Well, they don't have breakfast pizza and barbecue brisket pizza, which is apparently Casey's is bringing back.
I think we're gonna dump.
Breakfast pizza.
And then pump again.
Some new May order and delivery numbers for Boeing. We'll break it down and talk about what it means when Money Movers begins.
Yeah, I'm still in there. 860 is my profit taking on a short.
Truly extraordinary journey as we build the infrastructure that allows artificial intelligence to achieve its potential. We have built what is one of the most basic companies and will be one of the most foundational on how artificial intelligence is delivered to the world.
Yeah. First.
Catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust QNO to support my job.
There we go. Oh, mama. Yeah, I already took it. It has auto take.
90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize
I do want a long later though, but not right now. Oh, fish is still long. I think he was long at 7. Yeah, go in NQ.
Ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen have launched.
I thought he took profit, but I guess not.
And probiotic backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through.
When are you on a long, Gambit?
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at overlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen or call 1-800-502.
Let me see your book map.
1-800-502-0100. Oh, we should go back.
It says give how to train your dog. This is how you get a classic. The Dream Dragon rated PG.
Tuesday morning, and welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah. We're from Tanzania, live from
What price? Now let me know. But I think we're gonna drop more. Look at the 3 minutes on my stream. The oscillator looks like it's going down, but might be wrong. Yeah, that 40 now is a bit long.
Jr. firing all 17 members of the CDC's committee in charge of making immunization recommendations for the U.S. We'll talk about the fallout.
Meantime, the slow and very steady grind higher continues. S&P 6019. You got VIX back close to 17 this morning. Pretty favorable backdrop on yields as well. 10-year off the morning lows, but still below 4.5 on a light day for data. We are getting some Boeing orders and deliveries. Let's get to our Phil LeBeau on that. Hey, Phil.
Solid month of May for Boeing in terms of orders and deliveries. Let's start first off with orders.
My spy puts still red.
Since the Paris or the Farnborough Air Show last summer, a total of 300 planes were ordered last month.
He's not.
150 as part of the big announcement with President Trump a couple of weeks ago in the Middle East. Those were to Qatar Airways. They also logged 146 orders for the 737 MAX. Speaking of the MAX, production last month has been increasing. Total deliveries for the month were 45, but more importantly, the deliveries of the MAX up to 32 for the month of May, and they actually hit a build rate of 38 at the very end of the month. Now, if they can sustain that, if they are comfortable with the supply chain, at some point they could ask the FAA. They've already indicated they're planning on doing this, perhaps sometime in the next month or two. Ask the FAA if they can increase production to 42 per month. If you take a look at shares of Boeing,
I'm not long or anything. I'm just waiting.
So we'll get more orders and announcements. I'm not sure we're going to get huge ones like we saw out of Qatar, but you never know. We'll go over there.
Phil, we did get some reports this week that there were some fresh Maxes being, or at least landing in China. Is there a sense that those deliveries are getting more constructive with the trade backdrop?
Well, they did say that they expected for deliveries to resume. So to what extent, you know how this goes, Carl. They will deliver a few, and then, what was it, 3 or 4 weeks ago, the Chinese turned around and said, take them back. We're not taking delivery of these. That is 100% contingent upon what happens with trade negotiations between the United States and China.
Phil, appreciate that. Stay with us. We want to take a look at Tesla as well. Yesterday, it was Argus and Baird that cut to neutral over concerns about Musk's fraying relationship with the president. Today, it's JP Morgan. Their argument is to sell Tesla and buy auto parts suppliers. They argue that given the headwinds from tariffs and some other regulatory changes, the impact will be much more benign for suppliers than for automakers. Wells just pile on a bit. They write that Tesla's on pace for another poor quarter on deliveries. Phil, despite the negative commentary, stock it's awfully hard to keep it down. Certainly off of that 273 low the day of that feud.
Chop.
You know, they have a built-in core.
Are you done trading?
Who are going to stick with Tesla regardless of what the delivery
Yeah, I
rate
might be
is,
done after
how much
this
it slows down,
giveaway
especially in
because
China
just
and in
crap.
Europe. When you look at all of this, Carl, at the end of the day, it comes down to Optimus and Autonomous, and there are more than a few analysts who are saying, okay, cool,
Yeah,
if
don't
that's
touch
the
it.
future,
Don't
which
touch a
Elon Musk will be
TPT.
in
You
favor,
give a
it's
payout.
Optimus and relying strictly on
Oh,
Elon
you should have.
the exponential growth in autonomous or Optimus robots. And autonomous.
Did you activate your Apex? That was $100 last week. I think last week it was on sale.
Elon is right, and I believe in Elon, and that's where
You should just do like one or two. They're gonna charge you a renewal fee if you wait over 30 days. Yeah, the eval. So don't remember how to cancel it or just delete it. But you don't plan on paying for it. You just plan to cancel it before they charge you, because they won't give you a refund. Mara got charged $100.
It is really interesting, actually, because the concerns that weighed on the market in
I want to
March
short
and April,
again.
in the beginning of the year,
Give me
concerns around
85.
the tariff policy and how that's going to play out, concerns around the economic slowdown, those still exist. We don't have clarity yet on tariffs. We do think
Yeah, that
there is
was.
going to
Shit
be an
alone.
economic slowdown, and yet since post-Liberation Day, the market has roared up over 20% year to date. And so I think that's a little bit attributable to an acknowledgement that things aren't going to be as bad as they perhaps originally were feared to be. It's important to remember
4 minutes left.
tariffs, and that's a scary term because no one really knows what that means, how big they're
Yeah,
going
the
to be.
giveaway.
But a 10% tariff equates to roughly
Phidias?
1% increase in inflation. So the tariffs would have to be so high and so enormous to have a meaningful impact on the inflation number. And that's really the concern. And what we're also seeing is sentiment is starting to come around. When I was here a few weeks ago, we talked about the disconnect between hard economic data, which was still holding steady, and in fact continues to hold steady, and sentiment, which was so negative. But we saw this morning the small business survey came out, and that was positive for the first time in, I think, 4 or 5 months. The consumer is staying strong. And so if sentiment starts to switch, that would also be a positive.
You get worried about valuations, though, here with the big market comeback?
We're within a trading day or 2 or 3 of all-time highs. So I think you need to be selective. It's a good market for active management, not only because of the volatility, but because of some of the very inflated valuations that we're seeing. And I think that's also the reason that we're finally seeing the appreciation for the international and emerging markets, because they were so undervalued relative to the counterparts in the U.S. market. So I think there's an appreciation for the undervaluation in international markets, and we're seeing that the international index ex-U.S. is up over 13%. The U.S. index is up only 2.5%.
The DAX is up 20% this year.
Almost up 40%. I mean, it's been insane. But Sarah did set up sort of an inflection point on international. The UK job losses today were the biggest in 5 years. Is something going on?
The job losses were high, and the markets, again, tend to trade on headlines first and then facts later. So has it grown too fast, too quickly? Maybe. Will it settle out? Will it pull back a little bit? But remember, the U.S. has outperformed international markets for 15 years. So there's a long way for those valuations to come back before we start to really grow concern.
So your inflection point is actually for strength in international markets to continue.
Yeah, we are favorable. It's finally happening. I could say it's finally happening for a lot of the U.S. equity market. We've been calling for a broadening out of equity performance. We're continuing to see value outperform growth. It was growth that drove the market. In fact, a very small section of the growth stocks. So we're seeing value outperform. We're seeing developed international, emerging markets outperform. And we are still in favor of small cap. Although the index is still negative, it has come back significantly since I was here a few weeks ago. And we think the fourth priority of this administration is deregulation that has yet to be addressed. The market is expecting 1 to 2 rate cuts this year. Neuberger Berman is in line with those expectations. I think those 2 factors combined will produce a tailwind to both M&A activity and IPO activity. And remember, small cap companies are often a target for mergers and acquisitions. So that should benefit
Dude, this market is not doing anything. At least I got some back on this. I was down like $100. I was for this one. I'm almost green too. Okay, let me start the giveaway. Good luck, guys. First pick. Yo, Cat Daddy, you won. Yeah, he won. Yeah. Can you trade on that or is it banned? Okay, I'll give you the code.
Look through CPI if the next few months are a little warm because of tariffs?
Yeah, our expectation is CPI tomorrow will be neutral. We do
Let me
expect
find the
that
code real
inflation
quick.
might tick up a little
I got you, buddy.
If you look at 20-year averages, June is flat, August is flat, September is flat,
Yeah.
July is on average up 2.5%. There's
Yeah, no rush, dude.
that's going to come out, right? We have the 90-day
That's your code. Pick anything is free, so pick the most expensive one.
So there's a lot that's going to happen this summer. There may not be a lot of market performance, but there will be increased volatility. So we're
BD, who is BD?
stay the course. Let's work through the volatility. If you sold out in March, you really missed out. So as I have said before,
Yeah.
market timing works if you get it right, but the Hall of Fame of market timers is an empty room. Right, don't panic, I guess.
Let me check his hours.
Thank you. Holly Newman from
What's the points?
When we come back, streaming's breakup the day after Warner Brothers Discovery announces that split. Disney closes this deal with Comcast, our parent, to take full control of Hulu.
Oh, this market is ass.
Plus, a decision from Health Secretary R.K. Jr. could have major implications on who receives
He doesn't have any hours. Sorry, buddy. You need 10 points.
We designed our active ETFs to weather the ups and downs of the market. They can be portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Actively different active ETFs.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means 40 first leaves, tiered poker buys, and everything in between. With over 100 years experience,
This one doesn't have any points.
Because with all you've done to find your rich, we'll do all we can to help you keep enjoying.
I'll pick. Yeah, you need 10 points to win, and 10 points is easy. It's quick. Alright. Mar, you can't win again. You won on Twitter. Yeah, I gotta pick another one. Okay, Sam, you won yesterday. You can't win again. Trying to get new people to win. Spicy Tea. I don't think Spicy Tea got it yesterday. Let me check. Yeah, I gotta check his hours. Yeah, he got enough. I gotta check his Twitter though. Yeah, he didn't win before, so I'll send you the code.
sip. You'll know this girl just for you. Cafe Au Lait.
Spicy pea. Spicy pea. Spicy tea.
Space this morning, Disney finalizing its acquisition of Hulu, buying out its remaining stake from Comcast and ending this years-long process. CEO Bob Iger joined Walk on the Street this morning, and Faber asked him why Disney chose not to separate the linear
Let's see
from
what
the streaming
else.
business, similar to moves taken
Let's do
by
one
other
more.
media companies. Here's what he said.
It's also interesting to us that as many others exit that business, I think it gives us a stronger hand to stay in that business. You know, we're very
Fake Bugatti. Fake Bugatti. He got the hours, the points.
Joining us to discuss this morning is TG Global Principal and former Hulu and Netflix executive Simon Allen. Simon, welcome back. Good to see you again. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
I wonder first off, if you're surprised at the victory over that sort of valuation tug of war.
It's surprising there's a number of independent external valuations, so I think it landed in a fair spot. They already put down a significant amount of money, so it was only a slight uptick, but certainly not as much as Comcast was looking for.
So how do you think they capitalize on this move now? What comes next, and what you make of Iger's comments about linear?
It's interesting. I mean, they have their television bundle, similar to what YouTube TV had, and they're one of the few media companies that have that big bundle that they're still distributing online. So I think that all of for them is maybe starting to focus on that TV bundle. You also need to keep in mind that they've got a very successful product in ESPN, which is the reason they're staying in the channel business.
So what about what he said about, the benefit of having their own channels now to feed into their streaming business while some of the competitors like Warner and Parent Company are spinning off the cable assets? Which do you think is the better bet?
Well, I think that because they've got the TV model through
Terminator. Okay.
it's launched, it's been released in the United States. So I think that they continue to bet on that horse and provide a distribution point, not just for their own product, but for other media companies' channels.
And what was the valuation that they got? Tell you anything more broadly about what some of these streamers are worth?
It didn't seem to have the uptick that I expected from when the negotiations began a couple of years ago. I expected there might be a slightly higher uptick than what there has been. Certainly because you've started to see a lot of streaming companies over the past 6 and 12 months. The majority of them are turning cash flow positive. So it's a much more interesting space for investors, and I thought there might have been a bit more of an uptick than what there was.
So if it's getting net incrementally more competitive, not less, vis-a-vis Netflix, which by the way had their own news today about investing in Spain and in Europe, what do you think what's their optionality at the moment? Do they pivot harder into live events and sports, and some argue even news to some extent?
Sorry, you talking about Netflix or Disney?
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix we've already seen pivot very well into sport. News, I'm not quite so certain. Certainly they can start to do documentary style programming in the news space. They've had a lot of success with things like true crime. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them enter a little bit more into the news-based documentary space, but not relative to live news. Unless, perhaps we never know. CNN may come on the market at some stage over the next 12 months because of the wanted divestment of their assets, or the split of their assets yesterday.
Do you think there are interesting opportunities for the truly deep-pocketed players of Amazon and Apple? Is there something you think that they might have in mind aspirationally that they maybe uniquely can afford?
Oh, he did add me. Per minute. Oh, it's 3 extra 0. 4 extra 0. Okay. I got you, buddy. Yeah. I
From now, what do you think the streaming landscape's going to look like, and what's it going to mean for consumers?
Streaming landscape looks right with the strong streaming services because we've seen these subscribers continue to grow at the traditional.
A Crush is a douchebag. I'm not gonna lie, Ripped is a dick. And yeah, he's still a dick though. It's a streaming platform for like most of the crackheads.
Appreciate it. Really interesting
Yeah.
talks for those of us in the media business. Again, we'll see you next time. Thanks.
No, it's been there for a few years. They got money. It's an online casino. It's who owns it. Yeah, Stake. No, just a stream, but the owner of that streaming company is a casino owner, online casino owner. It's a scam. It's a big scam, yeah.
Idea.
It's a pillow with a speaker.
Perfect team to
I think it's a millionaire. He's not a billionaire. Yeah. But they're stupid rich though.
We had everything we needed.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna be done with the streaming now. It's boring.
Basically the same. That enhance lives.
Buy coffee. Cat.
To make life better. We share.
There's too many cats in the server.